Recovery Kernel. A system architect's guide to hacking addiction. Pharmacogenomic recovery protocols for the treatment-resistant. J.R. Token. Master Systems Architect. This is a harm reduction manual, not medical advice. Dedication. System legacy. To the systems we could not reboot. To my lost cousin, J.P. Lost to the combined weight of opiates, methadone, and cancer. You were offline long before your time. To my second cousin, A.C. To the silence of the hospital room and the charcoal remnants of a rescue that came too late. I saw the aftermath of the overdose, and I saw a system that knew how to pump a stomach, but didn't know how to heal a soul. To the silent casualties, to JS of Crown Point and GF of Phoenix, Arizona, to those whose passing I only learned of in the post-mortem logs, to the friends who struggled in silence and terminated their own processes because the pain of running was too high, to CO of Hobart, Indiana, who made haste from this world from chronic emphysema. You inspired me to follow my North Star, to the analog watchdogs, Winston, Chloe, Gershwin, and Princess. My cats, who sat with me through the madness while the doctors tested their fixes and creative cures. You were the only ones who saw that the medication wasn't fixing me. It was just chemically pacifying a frantic system. You kept me grounded when the motherboard was frying. The feline felons. My fur babies. May you live out your days in joy, love, and peace. And finally, to the lab. For years, the industry treated us like an experiment and a freak show for the circus. They told us, I'll remove the cause, but not the symptom. This book is the inverse. We are going into the lab to see what's on the slab. But this time, we aren't building a monster named Rocky McBottom. We are recovering the human. About the architect. Architect's log. I am not a doctor. I am a systems architect. Doctors are trained to treat symptoms. Architects are trained to debug systems. When your car's check engine light comes on, a mechanic doesn't cover the light with tape. They diagnose the underlying fault. Yet, for decades, that's precisely what psychiatry did to me. Mask the warning lights without ever looking under the hood. J.R. Token is a computer systems architect for a large computer company and the architect of his own recovery. After 15 years of costly trial and error in the traditional mental health system, a journey that cost insurers over $1.5 million in hospitalizations and failed treatments, J.R. realized the standard of care was broken. He had cycled through every modern medication available, with monthly treatment costs soaring as high as $8,000, yet remained unstable. Refusing to accept this, J.R. applied his systems engineering background to his own biology. Through deep genetic analysis, he replaced the shotgun approach with precision, swapping cocktails of heavy sedatives for a targeted protocol of specific supplements and the lowest prescribable doses of medication. Interventions that took 15 years to find through trial and error, but could have been identified in weeks with proper genetic testing. He's tested his protocol for 10 years to document its success. Author's note: the Kernel Model began as a metaphor drawn from my temporary life in Valparaiso, a mix of halfway house recovery, a popcorn festival, and the way a computer's kernel governs what boots and what crashes. What follows is a personal framework inspired by these experiences, which I situate in existing research where possible. Critical system failure. Risk, treatment resistant. If the traditional system worked for you, you wouldn't be reading this. You're here because, like me, you're treatment resistant. Not because you're broken, but because you were given the wrong repair manual. System Green. The Kernel. This book is a debug manual for your unique neurometabolic machinery. It provides the technical specifications your doctor never received because medical schools don't teach pharmacogenomics and insurance doesn't reimburse for genetic testing. Kernel 1, Kernel 2, Kernel 3, Kernel 4. Chapter 1. Why willpower isn't enough. The biology of addiction. The broken promises of willpower. What addiction actually is. The 3 hardware systems that determine vulnerability. 1. The production system, MTHFR gene. 2. The clearance system, COMT gene. 3. The processing system, CYP450 genes. The perfect storm, when systems collide. The crisis state brain. Why this matters for recovery. Key takeaways. Self-assessment questions. Chapter 2. The supply system. Chapter 3. The clearance system. Your COMT gene and stress response. The janitor. Your brain cannot fire. The Val 158. Met variant. Warriors versus worriers. The warrior genotype. Val/Val. Fast COMT. The warrior genotype. Met/Met. Slow COMT. The heterozygous middle. Val/Met. Self-identifying your COMT status. The COMT-MTHFR interaction. The perfect storm. For warriors, Val/Val. Fast COMT. For warriors, Met/Met. Slow COMT. Case study. The warrior who became free. Key takeaways. Chapter 4. The processing system. CYP450. Genes and drug metabolism. The security checkpoint. The CYP450. Family. Your metabolic enzymes. The metabolizer phenotypes. CYP2D6. The prodrug processor. If you're a poor metabolizer, CYP2D6PM. If you're an ultra-rapid metabolizer, CYP2D6UM. The street drug reality. Self-identifying your CYP450 status. Pharmacogenomic testing. What you need to know. Building your safety strategy. Case study. The codeine catastrophe. Key takeaways. Protocol 8. The HPA axis in normal operation. The amygdala, ground zero. Chapter 5. The combined effect. When multiple variants collide. The perfect storm. The high-risk combinations. Combination number 1. The depleted warrior. Combination number 2. The understimulated warrior. Combination number 3. The metabolic mismatch. Additional genetic factors. Recognizing your combination profile. The genetic testing roadmap. The family factor. Key takeaways. Chapter 6. The epigenetic playground. Appendix A. Clinicians' reference tables. Table. A point 1. CYP2D6. Opioid interaction. Matrix. Table. A.2. CYP2D6. Antidepressant interaction. Matrix. Table. A.3. CYP3. A 4. Interaction matrix. Benzodiazepines and fentanyl. Table. A point 4. COMT status. Clinical correlations. Table. A point 5. MTHFR variant. Clinical impact. Table. A point 6. Combined genetic risk profiles. Table. A point 7. Substance combination. Danger. Matrix. Appendix B. AI integration framework for precision recovery. B.1. AI-assisted genetic interpretation. B.2. AI recovery companion prompts. B.3. Building your AI recovery profile. B.4. AI-assisted monitoring. B.5. AI decision support matrix. B.6. Future integration. Personalized recovery AI. Kernel 1. Core architecture. Understanding your neurogenomic blueprint. Module 1.1. Why willpower isn't enough. Architect's log. Imagine telling someone with diabetes that they just need more willpower to produce insulin. Ridiculous, right? Yet that's precisely what we tell people with addiction, a condition that is equally rooted in biological variation. Addiction is not a moral failing. It is a systems engineering problem. Your brain has supply chains, neurotransmitter production, processing units, receptors, and clearance systems, metabolic enzymes. When any of these systems has a genetic bottleneck, the entire architecture becomes vulnerable. System Green, the paradigm shift. Understanding your genetic variants transforms recovery from fighting yourself to debugging yourself. You're not weak. You're running code that wasn't optimized for your hardware. Module 1.2. The supply system, MTHFR. The MTHFR gene controls your methylation cycle, the process that converts dietary folate into the active form, methylfolate. Your brain needs to produce neurotransmitters like serotonin, dopamine, and norepinephrine. System caution, prevalence. Warning: 40 to 60% of the population carries at least one MTHFR variant. If you've ever been told antidepressants don't work for you, this might be why. MTHFRC 677 T variants, C/C, wild type, 100% enzyme function. Methylation operates normally. C/T, heterozygous, approximately 65% enzyme function, moderate reduction in methylation capacity. T/T, homozygous, approximately 30% enzyme function, significant methylation impairment. Architect's log. Think of MTHFR like a factory supply line. If your factory can only receive 30% of the raw materials it needs, it doesn't matter how good your workers are. Output will be limited. Supplementing with methylfolate, the finished product, bypasses the broken supply line. Module 1.3. The clearance system, COMT. The COMT gene, catechol-O-methyltransferase, controls how quickly you clear dopamine, norepinephrine, and epinephrine from your synapses. This determines your stress response and baseline anxiety. The warrior versus worrier. Spectrum. System Green, VAL/VAL. Warrior. Fast COMT clearance. Dopamine clears quickly. Low baseline anxiety. Performs well under acute stress. Needs more stimulation to feel engaged. Risk. May seek stimulants to feel normal. Advantages. Stress resilient. Calm under pressure. System Caution, VAL/MET. Balanced. Intermediate COMT clearance. Moderate dopamine levels. Can adapt to various situations but may struggle with extremes. Critical system failure. Risk, MET/MET. Worrier, slow COMT clearance. Dopamine lingers. High baseline anxiety. Better at complex cognitive tasks in calm environments. Performs poorly under acute stress. Risk, may seek depressants, alcohol, benzos, opioids, to quiet the mind. Risk, stimulants create overwhelming anxiety. Architect's log. The Ferrari versus Toyota. Analogy. The Warrior is a Toyota Camry. Reliable, efficient, doesn't need premium fuel. The Warrior is a Ferrari. Incredible performance under the right conditions, but requires premium fuel, precise tuning, and can't handle rough roads. Neither is better. They're different architectures optimized for various environments. The problem arises when a Ferrari attempts to run on regular gasoline in stop-and-go traffic. Module 1.4, the processing system, CYP450. The CYP450 enzyme family, primarily CYP2D6, CYP3A4, CYP2C19, determines how your liver processes medications and substances. Your CYP450 status can make a normal dose either ineffective or lethal. CYP2D6 phenotypes, critical system failure risk, poor metabolizer PM, 5 to 10% of Caucasians. Drugs metabolized by CYP2D6 accumulate to dangerous levels. Codeine provides no pain relief, can't convert to morphine. Fentanyl, which bypasses CYP2D6, hits full force. According to the FDA, pharmacogenomic biomarkers, PM status is clinically actionable for over 60 medications. System green, normal metabolizer, NM. Most of the population. Standard dosing applies. This is who drug trials are designed for. System caution, intermediate metabolizer, IM. Reduced but not absent enzyme function. May need dose adjustments. Critical system failure risk, ultra-rapid metabolizer, UM. 1 to 10% of population, varies by ethnicity. Drugs clear too fast for therapeutic effect at standard doses. Codeine converts to morphine dangerously fast. CPIC guidelines contraindicate codeine for UMs due to overdose risk. Kernel 2. Harm reduction protocols. The Festival Survival Guide, a bioengineering approach. Architect's log. The medical system tried to treat my post-festival depression with antidepressants. It failed. They didn't understand that I wasn't depressed. I was depleted. An antidepressant is like putting a lid on an empty jar. You don't need a lid. You need to refill the jar. Critical system, failure risk, universal safety warning. The protocols in this section are for harm reduction only. The safest choice is always abstinence. These substances carry serious risks, including death. Nothing here constitutes medical advice. If you experience concerning symptoms, seek emergency medical care immediately. Protocol 6.1, MDMA and empathogen recovery. Tuesday Blues, prevention and serotonin refill protocol. The depletion mechanism. MDMA works by forcing a massive release of stored serotonin. Your brain's entire reserve can be depleted in a single session. The high you feel is your lifetime supply of feel-good chemicals being spent in a single night. System caution, genetic impact. If you carry MTHFR variants, your serotonin refill pump is already running at 30 to 70% capacity. What takes a normal person 5 to 7 days to recover from may take you 2 to 3 weeks to recover from. Phase 1. Preloading, 3 to 7 days before. System green, approved supplements. Magnesium glycinate, 400 to 600 milligrams per day. Reduces jaw clenching, supports COMT function. Vitamin C, 1,000 to 2,000 milligrams per day. Antioxidant neuroprotection. Alpha-lipoic acid, 600 milligrams, plus ALCAR, 500 milligrams. Mitochondrial support, NAC, 600 to 1,200 milligrams per day. Glutathione precursor. Stop 24 to 48 hours before event. Phase 3. Post-event recovery, the refill kit. Critical system failure risk, 5-HTP timing. Critical. Never take 5-HTP within 24 hours of MDMA use. This can cause life-threatening serotonin syndrome. Wait a minimum of 24 hours. 48 hours is safer. System green, recovery stack, starting 24 to 48 hours post. 5-HTP 50 to 100 milligrams plus EGCG 400 milligrams. Serotonin precursor. Take at night. L-tyrosine 500 to 1000 milligrams. Dopamine precursor. Morning, empty stomach. B-complex, methylated forms, cofactors for neurotransmitter synthesis, omega-3s, 2 to 3 grams EPA plus DHA, neuronal membrane repair, Kernel 3. Protocol 6.7, the EKG rule and safety matrix, the one rule that can save your life. E plus K equals possible. E plus G equals possible. K plus G equals never, where E equals ecstasy / M, DMA, K equals ketamine, G equals GHB / alcohol, the safety matrix, MDMA, cocaine, ketamine, GHB, cannabis, alcohol, MDMA, cardiac, kitty, neuro, okay? Heat, cocaine, cardiac, CK, cardiac, okay? Cocath, ketamine, kitty, CK, fatal, wonky, respi, GHB, neuro, cardiac, fatal, CNS, fatal, cannabis, okay, wonky, CNS, cross, alcohol, heat, cokeeth, resp, fatal, cross, legend, green, lower acute risk, still not safe, yellow, caution, increased risk, timing dependent, red, dangerous, significant harm risk, skull, potentially fatal, do not combine, T code, red, psychiatric medication interactions, he, the specific dangers, critical system failure risk, lithium plus MD, MA/stimulants, serotonin syndrome plus permanent cerebellar damage. Lithium lowers seizure threshold. MDMA causes hyperthermia. Combined, potential for permanent brain damage in a single exposure. Critical system failure risk, lamotrigine plus MD, MA, seizures, mood destabilization, unpredictable interactions. Lamotrigine affects glutamate signaling. MDMA disrupts the same systems. Critical system failure risk. MAO is plus any serotonergic. MAO is prevent serotonin breakdown. Add any serotonin-releasing substance equals catastrophic accumulation, multi-organ failure, death. Critical system failure risk, antipsychotics plus stimulants, neuroleptic malignant syndrome, dopamine blockade plus dopamine release equals neurological emergency. The force quit error, dangers of chemical sleep, bio-braking and the speedball gap, the brake and the gas. Architect's log, the belief that stimulant +1 plus depressant -1 equals sober 0 is catastrophically wrong. When you floor the gas and slam the brakes simultaneously, the engine doesn't return to idle. It fights the brakes. The transmission grinds. The drivetrain experiences massive structural stress. Your heart is the engine. Your brainstem is the transmission. The drugs are the pedals. Critical system failure risk. The result is not balanced. It is chaos. Your heart receives contradictory signals, pump faster and slower. Your blood vessels are told to constrict and dilate. Your respiratory center is said to breathe rapidly and slowly. The brainstem cannot reconcile these instructions. The seesaw effect, GHB during stimulant use. Imagine two children on a seesaw. One child, upon a stimulant, holds you up, heart pumping, breathing actively. The other child, GHB, pushes you down. heart slowing, breathing shallow. While both play, you're suspended. The unopposed alpha stimulation, beta blockers. Some people take beta blockers to manage a racing heart from cocaine or meth. This can cause stroke or heart failure. Architect's log stimulants activate two systems: alpha receptors, constrict blood vessels, and beta receptors, pump heart harder. Beta blockers stop the pump but leave the constriction. You've turned off the pump while the pipes are still clamped. Blood pressure spikes. Coronary arteries spasm. This is in medical textbooks. Beta blockers are contraindicated in cocaine toxicity. The safe alternative, the cool-down cycle. System green, safe mode, don't force, quit idle down. Environment, dim lights, cool temperature, reduce stimulation. Magnesium glycinate, 400 to 600 milligrams. GABA support, not sedating. L-theanine, 200 to 400 milligrams. Calm alertness, no respiratory depression. Phosphatidylserine, 300 milligrams. Cortisol reducer. Time, the only safe antidote to stimulant intoxication. If you cannot sleep, this is your body protecting you. Rest without sleeping. Kernel 4. Post-mortem analyses. The system failures. We lost. What follows is not gossip. It is not judgment. It is a forensic engineering analysis, akin to a plane crash investigation. We examine the system failures that killed the brightest talents of multiple generations. They weren't weak. They weren't morally deficient. Their systems crashed. Architect's log. These artists had all the money in the world. Private doctors, luxury rehabs, support teams. What they didn't have was a user manual for their own biology. You do. Case files. The Golden Age casualties. Post-mortem file. Marilyn Monroe, 1926 to 1962. Failure mode. The original prescription tragedy. Official COD. Acute barbiturate poisoning. Nembutal plus chloral hydrate. Probable suicide. Substances. Multiple barbiturate prescriptions from multiple physicians. Genetic hypothesis. CYP2, C19. Poor metabolizer plus multi-prescriber chaos. System failure. Analysis. Marilyn was prescribed barbiturates by multiple doctors who didn't communicate. The original doctor shopping. Her insomnia and anxiety suggest a possible COMT-MET/MET status. Barbiturates have an extremely narrow therapeutic window. CYP2, C19 variants dramatically affect metabolism. A poor metabolizer accumulates toxic levels at normal doses. Preventive intervention, coordinated prescribing, and CYP2, C19 testing might have prevented the accumulation that killed her. She was 36. Post-mortem file. Elvis Presley, 1935 to 1977. Failure mode. The polypharmacy king. Official COD. Cardiac arrhythmia with multiple drugs. Codeine, Valium, Placidil, barbiturates, opiates. Substances. 14 drugs found in system at autopsy. Genetic hypothesis. CYP45, O substrate collision. Every enzyme pathway saturated. System failure analysis. Elvis's personal physician prescribed thousands of pills. 14 drugs competing for the same metabolic enzymes meant nothing was appropriately cleared. Everything accumulated. His enlarged heart, cardiomyopathy, couldn't handle the pharmacological stress. Preventive intervention. Any pharmacogenomic-aware review would have flagged the catastrophic interactions. Elvis was 42. Post-mortem file. Jimi Hendrix, 1942 to 1970. Failure mode. The barbiturate aspiration. Official COD. Asphyxia from aspiration of vomit after barbiturate intoxication. Substances: Vesparax, barbiturate sleeping pills, plus alcohol. Genetic hypothesis: CNS depression stack plus impaired gag reflex. System failure. Analysis: Jimmy took his girlfriend's sleeping pills, not his prescription, not his dose. Barbiturates plus alcohol are synergistically lethal. He vomited while unconscious and aspirated. The combination suppressed his gag reflex, cough reflex, and ability to clear his airway. Preventive intervention. Understanding that barbiturates and alcohol are synergistically lethal, not just additive. He was 27. Post-mortem file. Janis Joplin, 1943 to 1970. Failure mode. The heroin purity gamble. Official COD, heroin overdose, possibly compounded by alcohol. Substances: heroin, unusually pure batch, plus alcohol. Genetic hypothesis: OPRM1 variants affecting opioid sensitivity. System failure. Analysis: Janice got a batch of unusually pure heroin. Her tolerance was calibrated for street purity. Higher purity results in a higher dose than expected. This is the fundamental problem with unregulated drug supplies. You can't dose what you can't measure. Preventive intervention. Drug checking services. Harm reduction education about purity variation. She was 27. Case files. The rock and roll casualties. Post-mortem file. Keith Moon, 1946 to 1978. Failure mode. The ironic prescription. Official COD, overdose of heminevrin, clomethazole, prescribed for alcohol withdrawal. Substances: 32 heminevrin tablets, plus alcohol at party. Genetic hypothesis: narrow therapeutic window medication plus active alcoholic. System failure. Analysis: the tragic irony. Keith was trying to get sober. Heminevrin was prescribed to ease withdrawal, but he took 32 tablets after drinking heavily. The medication meant to save him, killed him. Heminevrin plus alcohol is contraindicated. Preventive intervention. Supervised inpatient detox rather than outpatient medication with an active alcoholic. He was 32. Post-mortem file. Sid Vicious, 1957 to 1979. Failure mode. The tolerance reset. Official COD, heroin overdose. Released from Rikers Island the previous day. Substances: heroin at pre-incarceration dose after forced jail detox. Genetic hypothesis: post-detox tolerance reset, universal physiological phenomenon. System failure. Analysis: Sid completed involuntary detox in jail. Tolerance reset to near zero. Upon release, he used at his pre-incarceration dose. Post-detox overdose is one of the most common opioid deaths. Your brain remembers the dose, your receptors don't. Preventive intervention. Post-release naltrexone or supervised reintegration. He was 21. Post-mortem file. John Belushi, 1949 to 1982. Failure mode. The original speedball. Official COD. Combined cocaine plus heroin intoxication. Speedball. Substances: cocaine and heroin injected. Genetic hypothesis: pharmacokinetic mismatch. Cocaine clears faster than heroin. System failure. Analysis: the speedball myth. Users believe stimulant and depressant balance out. They don't. Cocaine wears off faster, leaving unprotected heroin-induced respiratory depression. The heart, stressed by cocaine, can't handle the transition. Preventive intervention. Understanding speedball pharmacokinetics. Drugs don't balance. He was 33. Post-mortem file. River Phoenix, 1970 to 1993. Failure mode. The young Hollywood speedball. Official COD, acute multiple drug intoxication, cocaine plus heroin. Substances: Persian brown heroin plus cocaine, snorted. Genetic hypothesis: same mechanism as Belushi, pharmacokinetic mismatch. System failure. Analysis: another speedball death. River reportedly snorted a significant amount. His youth didn't protect him. The combination caused seizures, then respiratory arrest, then death, in front of witnesses who didn't recognize what was happening. Preventive intervention. Bystander naloxone availability. He was 23. Post-mortem file. Chris Farley, 1964 to 1997. Failure mode. The Belushi repeat. Official COD, speedball overdose, cocaine plus morphine. Substances: cocaine and morphine. Contributing factors: obesity, advanced atherosclerosis, cardiac stress. System failure. Analysis: Chris idolized Belushi and died almost identically. Same combination, exact mechanism, same age, 33. His obesity added cardiac stress. Advanced atherosclerosis was found at autopsy. Pattern of final days mirrored Belushi's. Preventive intervention. Understanding that cardiac risk factors make speedball even more dangerous. He was 33. Case files: the modern era. Post-mortem file. Whitney Houston, 1963 to 2012. Failure mode. The anxiety cascade. Official COD, drowning with cocaine, atherosclerotic heart disease, and alprazolam. Substances: cocaine plus Xanax, alprazolam, plus hot bath. Genetic. Hypothesis: COMT met/met. Leads to cocaine, anxiety leads to benzo self-medication. System failure. Analysis: Whitney's pattern suggests a COMT-driven anxiety spiral. Cocaine creates intense anxiety in slow metabolizers, driving benzodiazepine use to cut the anxiety. The benzo suppresses breathing, cocaine taxes the heart, and hot water increases cardiovascular strain. Preventive intervention. COMT testing might have explained why cocaine made her so anxious and why she needed the Xanax. Post-mortem file. Prince, 1958 to 2016. Failure mode. The CYP2D6 time bomb. Official COD. Fentanyl overdose from counterfeit pills. Substances: fentanyl, thought to be Vicodin. Genetic hypothesis: CYP2D6. Poor metabolizer leads to standard opioids. Ineffective leads to sought alternatives. System failure analysis. Prince had chronic hip pain. Per FDA guidelines, CYP2D6 PMs get no relief from codeine, can't convert to morphine, but full effect from fentanyl bypasses CYP2D6. If he were a PM, standard opioids failed him, driving him to unregulated sources. Preventive intervention. A $200 CYP2D6 test would have guided proper opioid selection. Post-mortem file. Amawai Winehouse, 1983 to 2011. Failure mode. The withdrawal that won. Official COD accidental alcohol poisoning. BAC 0.416%. Substances: alcohol after weeks of abstinence. Genetic hypothesis: ADH1B/AL DH2 variants, plus post-abstinence tolerance reset. System failure. Analysis: after abstinence, tolerance drops, but craving doesn't. Amy drank what her old tolerance could handle. Her new tolerance couldn't. BAC of 0.416% is more than 5 times the legal limit. lethal for most people. Preventive intervention. Naltrexone, OPRM1 guided, for craving management during recovery. Post-mortem file. Heath Ledger, 1979 to 2008. Failure mode. The polypharmacy pileup. Official COD, acute intoxication, oxycodone, hydrocodone, diazepam, temazepam, alprazolam, doxylamine. Substances, 6 prescription medications from multiple prescribers. Genetic hypothesis, CYP45, O substrate stacking, all competing for CYP3A4/CYP2D6. System failure analysis. Textbook substrate collision. Every drug competes for the same enzymes. All clear slowly. All accumulate. CNS depression from benzos plus respiratory depression from opioids equals fatal synergy. Preventive intervention. Any pharmacogenomic-aware prescriber would have seen the collision. Post-mortem file. Philip Seymour Hoffman, 1967 to 2014. Failure mode. The relapse roulette. Official COD. Mixed intoxication. Heroin, cocaine, benzodiazepines, amphetamines. Substances. Multiple substances. 50-plus bags of heroin in the apartment. Genetic hypothesis. 23 years sober leads to tolerance reset plus underlying untreated deficit. System failure analysis. Hoffman had been sober for 23 years before relapsing. Like Sid Vicious, long sobriety means reset tolerance. His dealer didn't know or care that the dose appropriate for a daily user would kill someone returning after decades. Preventive intervention. Understanding what drove his relapse, what neurochemical deficit he was trying to fill. Post-mortem file. Matthew Perry, 1969 to 2023. Failure mode. The therapeutic ketamine tragedy. Official COD, acute ketamine effects, drowning, coronary artery disease, buprenorphine. Substances, ketamine, receiving therapeutic infusions, plus hot tub. Genetic hypothesis, CYP3A4/CYP2B6 status plus COMT/MTHFR treatment-resistant profile. System failure. Analysis. The most tragic irony. Matthew died from a substance he was receiving as legitimate medical treatment. His treatment-resistant depression drove escalation to ketamine therapy. But ketamine plus hot tub plus coronary artery disease plus buprenorphine equals fatal. The system trying to save him didn't protect him from its own treatment. Preventive intervention. Pharmacogenomic testing for ketamine clearance rate. Explicit hot tub contraindication. He was 54. Critical system failure risk. Therapeutic ketamine warning. Matthew Perry's death is a warning to everyone using therapeutic ketamine. The medicine that's helping you can kill you if safety protocols aren't genotype informed. Demand pharmacogenomic testing. Know your clearance rate. Never use alone near water. Case files. The fentanyl generation. Post-mortem file. Mac Miller, 1992 to 2018. Failure mode. The counterfeit crisis. Official COD. Mixed toxicity, fentanyl, cocaine, alcohol. Substances. Fentanyl-laced pills, thought to be oxycodone. Genetic hypothesis. MTHFR/C. OMT variance leads to depression/anxiety, leads to self-medication. System failure. Analysis. Mac didn't know he was taking fentanyl. His public struggles with depression suggest possible MTHFR/COMT variants, driving self-medication. Substances become attractive when baseline neurochemistry is painful. Preventive intervention, drug checking services, fentanyl test strips, pharmacogenomic-guided mental health treatment. Post-mortem file, Avicii/Tim Bergling, 1989 to 2018. Failure mode, the burnout protocol. Official COD, suicide after chronic pain, pancreatitis, and mental health struggles. Medical history, acute pancreatitis at 21, gallbladder/appendix removal, severe anxiety. Genetic hypothesis, COMT-MET/MET, leads to severe baseline anxiety, leads to only relief, with substances leads to body destroyed. System failure, analysis. Avicii's pattern suggests severe COMT-MET/MET anxiety. EDM Turing is uniquely punishing for the warrior genotype, characterized by constant travel, irregular sleep, and loud environments. Without substances, anxiety was unbearable. With substances, his organs were destroyed, trapped. Preventive intervention. Understanding COMT status leads to career modifications, targeted anxiety treatment, recognition that his career literally threatened his life. Post-mortem file, Juice WRLD/Jared Higgins, 1998 to 2019. Failure mode, the panic response. Official COD, oxycodone plus codeine toxicity. Circumstances, reportedly swallowed multiple pills to hide from federal agents at airport. Genetic hypothesis, CYP2. D6, ultra-rapid metabolizer leads to codeine converts to morphine dangerously fast. System failure, analysis, panic-driven ingestion. His lean, codeine/promethazine, use suggests possible CYP2 D6UM status. CPIC guidelines contraindicate codeine for UMs. They convert it to morphine too quickly. Preventive intervention, CYP2. D6 testing would have identified if codeine was particularly dangerous. He was 21. Post-mortem file, Lil Peep/Gustav Orr, 1996 to 2017. Failure mode, the fentanyl lottery. Official COD combined fentanyl plus alprazolam toxicity. Substances, counterfeit Xanax pills containing fentanyl. Genetic hypothesis, GABAergic dysfunction, GABRA2/GAD1, leads to severe anxiety, leads to benzodependence. System failure, analysis. Lil Peep thought he was taking Xanax. Why was a 21-year-old so dependent on benzos? His lyrics describe depression/anxiety intertwined with substance use. This suggests GABAergic dysfunction, inadequate natural calming signals. Preventive intervention, testing for GABAergic variants, drug checking, fentanyl test strips. He was 21. Post-mortem file, Angus Cloud, 1998 to 2023. Failure mode, the grief spiral. Official COD, mixed intoxication, methamphetamine, fentanyl, cocaine, benzodiazepines. Circumstances, 1 week after father's funeral. Genetic hypothesis, acute grief plus polysubstance, CYP450 collision. System failure, analysis. Angus was self-medicating acute grief with multiple substance classes. Stimulants, opioids, and sedatives suggest someone trying to simultaneously numb pain, maintain function, and manage anxiety. This polydrug pattern overwhelms CYP450, causing unpredictable accumulation. Preventive intervention, crisis grief support, understanding that acute grief dramatically increases overdose risk. He was 25. The takeaway, you have what they didn't. From Marilyn Monroe in 1962 to Matthew Perry in 2023, 60 years of preventable deaths. The same patterns, the same failures, the same lack of pharmacogenomic understanding. Architect's log. Every person in this memorial would likely still be alive if their prescribers had understood pharmacogenomics. If their doctors had asked, which medication works for your genotype, instead of, which medication do we usually prescribe? System green. The test exists. A pharmacogenomic panel costs $200 to $400. Understanding your COMT, CYP45, O, MTHFR, OPRM1 variants takes a single test. This information can mean the difference between successful treatment and system crash. The patterns across 60 years are clear. Critical system failure risk, CYP2, D6. Poor metabolizers get no relief from codeine, but full/fatal effect from fentanyl, prints others. System caution, COMTMET/MET, worrier, creates baseline anxiety that drives self-medication with depressants, Whitney, Avicii, possibly many others. Critical system failure risk, post-detox tolerance reset. Old dose becomes lethal dose, Sid Vicious, Corey Monteith, Philip Seymour Hoffman. Critical system failure risk, CYP45, O substrate stacking. Multiple drugs competing for same enzymes leads to unpredictable accumulation, Elvis, Heath Ledger. System green, crisis resources. If you are experiencing suicidal thoughts or substance crisis, UK, Samaritans 116123, free 24/7. Frank 03001 236 US 988, suicide and crisis, lifeline, SAMH SA18 0066 24357. International findahelpline.com. Naloxone, Narcan, saves lives. Carry it. Learn to use it. This book is not a substitute for professional help. Appendix A. Clinicians' reference tables. Color-coded pharmacogenomic interaction matrices. Data derived from FDA pharmacogenomic biomarkers, CPIC guidelines, cpicpgx.org, and DPWG recommendations, pharmgkb.org. Table A.1, CYP2, D6 Clinical Impact Matrix. Drug class, PM impact, UM impact, CPIC guidance, codeine, no effect, rapid morphine, contraindicated for tramadol, reduced, toxic levels, dose adjust both, oxycodone, reduced, fast clear, monitor response, hydrocodone, reduced, elevated, alternative for PM, fentanyl, full effect, bypasses CYP2, D6, table, a .2, COMT, status clinical correlations, COMT status, clinical presentation, substance risk profile, Val/Val, warrior, fast D, a clearance, low baseline anxiety, stress resilient, may seek stimulants for engagement, Val/Met, balanced, intermediate clearance, adaptable, variable risk, context dependent, Met/Met, worrier, slow D, a clearance, high baseline anxiety, stress vulnerable, high risk for depressant seeking, alcohol, benzos, opioids. End of kernel documentation. Pocket edition for dance safe/compatibility. For additional tables, worksheets, and protocols, see full appendices. Chapter 1. Why willpower isn't enough. The biology of addiction. Architect's log. Imagine telling someone with diabetes that they just need more willpower to produce insulin. Ridiculous, right? Yet that's exactly what we tell people with addiction, a condition that is equally rooted in biological variation. For 25 years, I tried the willpower approach. I tried therapy. I tried 12-step programs. I tried sheer force of will. I failed, not because I was weak, but because I was applying a software patch to a hardware fault. The broken promises of willpower. Sarah attended her first rehab at 22. Heroin had taken over her life, and she was determined to quit. The counselors taught her about willpower. They told her to just say no. They explained that she had a disease, but then treated her as if she could think her way out of it. She lasted 47 days after discharge. When she relapsed, the counselors looked disappointed. Her family was devastated. Sarah felt like a failure. At her second rehab at 24, the story was the same. More willpower exercises, more shame when she relapsed. By her third stint at 27, Sarah believed she was simply too weak to recover. Critical system failure, the fundamental error. The truth: Sarah's willpower was never the problem. Her brain chemistry was operating according to a biological blueprint she didn't know she had. Willpower is a software patch. It cannot fix hardware faults. You can't will your way out of a neurotransmitter deficit any more than you can will your pancreas to produce insulin. What addiction actually is. Let's start with a fundamental reframe. Addiction is not a choice. It's a computational error in a survival system. Your brain's primary job is to keep you alive. To do this, it constantly monitors your internal state, your stress levels, pain, emotional discomfort, and compares it to what it predicts will happen. When there's a mismatch between what your brain expects, homeostasis, safety, comfort, and what it detects, stress, pain, dysphoria, it generates an error signal. Usually, your brain has healthy strategies to resolve these errors: exercise, social connection, problem solving, rest. But if your brain is operating with compromised neurochemistry, low baseline dopamine, impaired stress clearance, elevated inflammatory signals, those healthy strategies don't create a strong enough response. Enter the substance. Architect's log. The first time someone uses a drug, their brain performs a calculation. Error detected. Severe internal distress. Solution attempted. Drug. Result: error resolved, temporarily but powerfully. The brain doesn't care that this solution has devastating long-term consequences. It only knows that when it predicted disaster, the drug delivered relief. This prediction gets encoded as a survival-level priority. Over time, the brain literally rewires itself around the expectation that the substance is necessary for survival, just like food or water. The three hardware systems that determine vulnerability. Why do some people become addicted while others don't? The answer lies in three interconnected genetic systems. 1. The production system, MTHFR gene. Think of this as your neurotransmitter factory. The MTHFR gene regulates methylation, the process that produces the raw materials, SAMe, necessary for the manufacture of dopamine, serotonin, and norepinephrine. System caution. Prevalence warning. 40 to 60% of the population has MTHFR variants. If you carry these variants, your factory runs at 30 to 70% capacity. You're operating with a chronic supply deficit of feel-good chemicals. What this feels like? Persistent low-grade depression or anxiety. Difficulty experiencing joy from normal activities. Emotional numbness or flatness. Low motivation and energy. Heightened stress sensitivity. Critical system failure. The addiction connection, MTHFR. When your baseline neurochemistry is depleted, substances don't just feel good. They feel necessary. They're filling a genuine chemical deficit. This is why people with MTHFR variants often describe their first use as I finally felt normal for the first time in my life. 2. The clearance system, COMT gene. This gene controls how quickly your brain clears dopamine and other catecholamines, stress hormones. Think of it as your brain's cleanup crew. Architect's law, the Ferrari versus Toyota. Analogy. The Warrior, Val/Val, is a Toyota Camry. Reliable, efficient, doesn't need premium fuel. The Warrior, Met/Met, is a Ferrari. Incredible performance under the right conditions, but requires premium fuel, precise tuning, and can't handle rough roads. Neither is better. They're different architectures optimized for different environments. The problem is when a Ferrari tries to run on regular gas in stop-and-go traffic. System green, Val/Val. Warrior profile, fast COMT clearance. Dopamine clears quickly. Advantages: low baseline anxiety. Performs well under acute stress. Stress resilient, calm under pressure. Vulnerabilities: needs more stimulation to feel engaged. May seek stimulants to feel normal. System caution, VAL/MET, balanced. Profile, intermediate COMT clearance. Moderate dopamine levels. Can adapt to various situations but may struggle with extremes. Critical system failure, MET/MET, Warrior profile. Slow COMT clearance. Dopamine lingers. High baseline anxiety. Advantages: better at complex cognitive tasks in calm environments. Detail-oriented, excellent focus when unstressed. Vulnerabilities: performs poorly under acute stress. May seek depressants, alcohol, benzos, opioids to quiet the mind. Stimulants create overwhelming anxiety. Avoid. 3. The processing system, CYP450 genes. These genes determine how your liver metabolizes drugs. This affects both prescription medications and street drugs. The most critical is CYP2D6, which processes codeine, tramadol, and influences how many opioids are metabolized. Critical system failure, poor metabolizer, PM. 5 to 10% of Caucasians. Drugs metabolized by CYP2. D6 accumulate to dangerous levels. Codeine provides no pain relief, can't convert to morphine. But fentanyl, which bypasses CYP2D6, hits full force. Per FDA pharmacogenomic biomarkers, PM status is clinically actionable for 60-plus medications. System green, normal metabolizer NM. Most of the population. Standard dosing applies. This is who drug trials are designed for. System caution, intermediate metabolizer, IM. Reduced but not absent enzyme function. May need dose adjustments for optimal effect. Critical system failure, ultra-rapid metabolizer, UM. 1 to 10% of population, varies by ethnicity. Drugs clear too fast for therapeutic effect. Codeine converts to morphine dangerously fast. CPIC guidelines contraindicate codeine for UMs due to overdose risk. Standard doses become toxic, potentially fatal. The perfect storm, when systems collide. The real vulnerability emerges when variants exist in multiple systems. Architect's log. Case study. Marcus. MTHFRT/T. His neurotransmitter factory runs at 30% capacity. Chronic low-grade depression. COMT Met/Met. His cleanup crew is slow. Excellent focus, but overwhelming anxiety under stress. CYP2D6, intermediate metabolizer, processes drugs unpredictably. Marcus's brain operates in a constant state of biochemical precariousness. Low baseline dopamine, MTHFR. Inability to clear stress surges, COMT. Unpredictable drug metabolism, CYP2D6. When Marcus first tried heroin, it wasn't about getting high. It was about feeling normal for the first time in his life. The drug simultaneously boosted his depleted dopamine and calmed his overactive stress response. His brain calculated, this is the solution. Understanding this doesn't excuse the behavior, but it explains why willpower alone could never overcome the biology, the crisis state brain. After chronic substance use, the brain enters what we call the crisis state. Critical system failure. What happens in crisis state? 1. Reward deficiency syndrome. Dopamine receptors downregulate. Even with the drug, the person experiences less pleasure. Without the drug, near zero pleasure from anything. 2. Anti-reward system. Activation. The brain's stress systems become hyperactive. This creates constant internal distress, anxiety, irritability, emotional pain that only the substance temporarily relieves. 3. Prefrontal cortex. Shutdown. The brain's executive control center goes offline. Under chronic stress, decisions are now made by the survival-focused amygdala, the alarm system, rather than the sensible prefrontal cortex, the manager. This is why traditional treatment often fails. Telling someone to use willpower is asking them to access a part of their brain that's currently offline. It's like telling someone with a broken leg to just walk normally. Why this matters for recovery. Critical system failure. Old model, the failure. Addiction is a choice. Treatment focus. Breaking bad habits through willpower. Relapse indicates failure. One-size-fits-all programs. System green, new model, the solution. Addiction is a biological adaptation. Treatment focus, restoring neurochemical balance and retraining prediction systems. Relapse is a symptom of incomplete biological restoration. Personalized strategies based on genetic profile. Key takeaways. 1. Addiction is a biological survival adaptation, not a moral failing. 2. 3 genetic systems, MTHFR, COMT, CYP450, create vulnerability. 3. The crisis state brain operates in survival mode, not rational mode. 4. Willpower alone cannot overcome biological dysregulation. 5. Recovery requires understanding and working with your genetics. Self-assessment questions. 1. Have you ever felt like substances made you feel normal rather than just high? 2. Do you experience persistent low-grade depression, anxiety, or emotional flatness even when not using? 3. Does stress completely overwhelm you, making it nearly impossible to think clearly? 4. Have prescription medications, especially pain medications, worked differently for you than for others? 5. Have traditional willpower-based recovery approaches repeatedly failed for you? System caution. Interpretation. If you answered yes to multiple questions, your addiction likely has a strong neurogenomic component. The remaining chapters will help you identify your specific genetic profile and build a targeted recovery strategy. System green. Immediate action. Steps. 1. Suspend self-judgment. For the next week, practice noticing your thoughts when you crave substances or relapse. Each time you notice self-blame, replace it with, "My brain is following a survival program." This is biology, not character. 2. Start a pattern journal. Track when you most want to use. Note, what time of day? What was your stress level? What were you feeling? Patterns will emerge that reveal your neurochemical vulnerabilities. 3. Educate your support system. Share this chapter with one person in your life who needs it. Let them understand that your struggle is biological, not a choice. Chapter 1 ends. Continue to Chapter 2, the supply system. Chapter 2, the supply system. Your MTHFR gene and neurotransmitter production. Architect's log. Imagine your brain is a data center. Rows of servers humming, billions of processes running every second. Now imagine the power supply to that data center is throttled. Not cut off, throttled, running at 30 to 40% capacity. Every server still works, but everything runs slow. Processes time out. Error rates spike. The whole system compensates, strains, degrades. That throttled power supply is your MTHFR gene. MTHFR doesn't make neurotransmitters directly. It makes the raw materials your brain needs to manufacture them. When MTHFR is compromised, you're not broken, you're bottlenecked, and bottlenecks can be bypassed. The hardware fault. MTHFR is a single gene. It codes for a single enzyme, and that enzyme is the rate-limiting step in the most important biochemical pathway in your body, the methylation cycle. Think of methylation as bandwidth. Every time your brain needs to transmit a signal, repair DNA, detoxify a chemical, or build a neurotransmitter, it draws on methylation capacity. MTHFR is the router. When it's running at full speed, bandwidth is unlimited. When it's compromised, every process competes for limited resources. Critical system failure, the bottleneck. What MTHFR actually controls: conversion of folate to active 5-MTHF, the usable form. Production of SAME, the universal methyl donor. Recycling of homocysteine, toxic byproduct. Support for BH4, the cofactor that builds dopamine and serotonin. The cascade effect. When MTHFR runs slow, folate backs up in unusable form. Homocysteine accumulates. SAME production drops. BH4, recycling fails. Neurotransmitter synthesis stalls. This isn't a software bug. This is a hardware limitation encoded in your DNA. The variant classes. Your MTHFR gene has a specific configuration. That configuration determines your baseline processing speed. System caution, C677T, the primary throttle. C/C, wild type. 100% enzyme activity. Full processing speed. No intervention required. C/T, heterozygous. 60 to 65% enzyme activity. Reduced capacity under load. May benefit from methylfolate support. T/T, homozygous. 30 to 40% enzyme activity. Significant bottleneck. Methylfolate supplementation strongly recommended. Population prevalence of T/T, 10 to 15% Caucasian, 20 to 25% Hispanic, 10 to 20% Asian. System caution, a 1298C, the secondary throttle. A /A, wild type. 100% activity, no impact. A /C, heterozygous. 80 to 85% activity, mild reduction. C/C, homozygous. 60 to 70% activity, moderate reduction. Compound heterozygotes. If you carry both C677T C/T and a 1298CA/C, the effects multiply. Treat as equivalent to T/T. Full methylation protocol required. The error signals. When MTHFR is throttled, your brain doesn't crash, it compensates. The compensation creates symptoms. Those symptoms often look like mental illness. They're not. They're resource depletion. Critical system failure, system underperformance, symptom matrix, processing, cognitive, brain fog, slow execution speed, poor memory, failed right operations, decision paralysis, insufficient processing resources, mental fatigue, system throttling under load, power, energy, chronic fatigue, insufficient ATP production, low motivation, dopamine deficit, afternoon crashes, resource depletion cycle, unrefreshing sleep, incomplete recovery, stability, mood, persistent low-grade depression, serotonin deficit, anhedonia, reward system underperformance, emotional flatness, neurotransmitter depletion, slow recovery from stress, methylation backlog, sensitivity, physical, chronic pain, inflammation from elevated homocysteine, migraines, vascular methylation dysfunction, heightened pain perception, low serotonin/endorphin baseline, architect's log. Here's what they never told you. When you first used substances, you weren't getting high. You were running at full capacity for the first time in your life. The drug didn't add something foreign. It temporarily bypassed the bottleneck. That feeling of normal, of being able to handle life like everyone else seems to, that was your brain finally operating with adequate resources. The tragedy is that nobody told you the bottleneck could be bypassed without the drug. The toxic backlog. When MTHFR runs slow, the methylation cycle backs up. Like a factory with a slow assembly line, raw materials pile up at the bottleneck. The raw material that piles up is homocysteine, and homocysteine is toxic. Critical system failure. Homocysteine, the system poison. What elevated homocysteine does? Neurotoxicity. Overactivates NMD. A receptors leads to excitotoxicity, leads to neuronal damage. Inflammation. Triggers inflammatory cascades, leads to chronic neuroinflammation. Oxidative stress. Generates reactive oxygen species, leads to cellular damage. Vascular damage. Damages blood vessel walls, leads to reduced brain oxygen supply. The vicious cycle. Low MTHFR leads to high homocysteine, leads to brain inflammation, leads to lower neurotransmitter production, leads to greater craving for substances, leads to more inflammation. Your homocysteine target. Optimal, less than 8 micromoles per liter. Acceptable, less than 12 micromoles per liter. Elevated, greater than 12 micromoles per liter. Intervention required. Dangerous, greater than 15 micromoles per liter. Urgent intervention. The secondary bottleneck. There's a hidden layer to this system that most clinicians miss entirely. MTHFR doesn't just affect methylation, it indirectly affects BH4, tetrahydrobiopterin. BH4 is the cofactor that the enzymes actually building your neurotransmitters require. System caution, the BH4 dependency. Enzymes that require BH4. Tyrosine hydroxylase converts tyrosine to L-dopa to dopamine. Tryptophan hydroxylase converts tryptophan to 5-HTP to serotonin. Phenylalanine hydroxylase amino acid metabolism. The double deficit. When MTHFR is compromised, you lack both the raw materials, SAMe, and the cofactors, BH4, needed to build neurotransmitters. Even if you eat adequate protein, you can't convert it efficiently. Why this matters? This explains why simply taking tyrosine or tryptophan supplements often doesn't work for MTHFR compromised individuals. The conversion machinery is impaired at multiple points. The upgrade. Here's the good news. MTHFR bottlenecks can be bypassed. If the enzyme that converts folate to active form runs at 30%, you don't need the enzyme. You supply the active form directly. This is the upgrade. This is the patch. This is the intervention that changes everything. System Green, the methylation restoration protocol. Tier 1, the bypass, essential. L-methylfolate, 7.5 to 15 milligrams daily. Active folate, bypasses MTHFR entirely. Methylcobalamin, 5,000 micrograms sublingual. Active B12, required cofactor. Magnesium, glycinate, 400 to 600 milligrams daily, methylation cofactor. Tier 2, the accelerators recommended. TMG, betaine, 1,000 to 2,000 milligrams daily, alternative homocysteine pathway. P5P, active B6, 25 to 50 milligrams daily, neurotransmitter synthesis support. Riboflavin, B2, 400 milligrams daily, stabilizes MTHFR enzyme in T/T genotype. Tier 3, the optimizers, advanced. NAC, 1,200 to 1,800 milligrams daily, glutathione support, detoxification. Alpha-lipoic acid, 300 to 600 milligrams daily, mitochondrial function. Omega-3s, 2 to 3 grams EPA plus D, HA daily, neuroinflammation reduction. Critical system failure, synthetic folic acid, the saboteur. Critical warning, people with MTHFR variants must avoid synthetic folic acid. Why folic acid is dangerous. Synthetic folic acid cannot be efficiently converted by compromised MTHFR. Unconverted folic acid accumulates and blocks enzyme binding sites. This further reduces your already limited methylation capacity. Common sources: fortified cereals, breads, cheap multivitamins. The rule: read every label. If it says folic acid, put it back. Look for methylfolate, L-methylfolate, 5-MTHF, or quadrafolic. The implementation: don't start everything at once. Methylation restoration is a gradual process. Too fast and you'll trigger overmethylation symptoms. System Green, startup sequence. The 8-week ramp. Week 1 to 2. Initialize. Start methylfolate low, 400 to 800 micrograms daily. Add methylcobalamin, 1,000 micrograms sublingual. Add magnesium, 400 milligrams evening. Monitor energy, mood, sleep, anxiety. Week 3 to 4. Stabilize. If tolerating well, increase methylfolate to 1 to 5 milligrams. Increase B12 to 2,500 micrograms. Add P5P, 25 milligrams daily. Watch for activation symptoms. See caution box. Week 5 to 6. Optimize. Increase methylfolate toward therapeutic range, 7.5 to 15 milligrams. Add TMG, 1,000 milligrams daily. Full B12 dose, 5,000 micrograms. Consider adding riboflavin, 400 milligrams, T/T genotype. Week 7 to 8. Assess. Full protocol in place. Rate symptom improvement on 1 to 10 scale. Order follow-up homocysteine test. Adjust doses based on response. System caution. Overmethylation. The startup glitch. What it feels like. Anxiety or agitation, especially if previously calm. Insomnia or racing thoughts. Irritability or emotional volatility. Headache or muscle tension. What it means? Your brain is suddenly producing more neurotransmitters than it's used to. The receptors are sensitized from chronic depletion. This is adjustment, not harm. What to do? Reduce methylfolate dose by 50%. Add niacin, B3, 50 to 100 milligrams, consumes excess methyl groups. Increase magnesium, calming effect. Increase more gradually over 2 to 3 additional weeks. The timeline. Biological systems don't change overnight. Methylation restoration follows a predictable arc. System green. Restoration timeline. What to expect. Week 1 to 2. Initialization. Some experience immediate activation. Energy spike, mood lift. Others notice nothing yet. Both are normal. The system is recalibrating. Week 4 to 6. Stabilization. Brain fog begins to clear. Mood stabilizes. Energy becomes more consistent. Depression lifts. This is the methylation cycle coming back online. Month 3. Restoration. Significant improvement in emotional resilience. Stress tolerance increases. Baseline mood elevated. Cravings often reduce by 50 to 70%. Month 6 plus. Optimization. Full restoration of methylation cycle. Homocysteine normalized. Inflammation markers improved. New neurochemical baseline established. Ongoing. MTHFR is genetic. The enzyme will always be compromised. Supplementation is maintenance, not cure. Plan for lifelong support. System restoration. Log. Architects log. Case. Laura, age 34. Presenting errors. 15-year depression plus substance use. Alcohol, prescription opioids. 6 antidepressant trials, minimal response. Chronic fatigue, brain fog, low motivation. Family history, cardiovascular disease. Diagnostic, genetic test, MTHFRC677-TT/T, homozygous. Homocysteine, 18 micromoles per liter, elevated, target less than 12. Intervention, L-methylfolate, 1 milligram to 15 milligrams over 8 weeks. Methylcobalamin, 5,000 micrograms sublingual daily. Magnesium glycinate, 400 milligrams nightly. TMG, 1,000 milligrams daily. Results, 12 weeks. Depression score, moderate to minimal. Homocysteine, 18 to 9 micromoles per liter. Energy/motivation, markedly improved. Alcohol cravings, reduced approximately 70%. Opioid use, successfully tapered, medical supervision. For the first time in my life, I don't feel like I'm trying to function with half a tank. I'm not artificially high. I just feel normal. I didn't know this was possible. Diagnostic self-check. You don't need genetic testing to suspect MTHFR involvement. Pattern recognition is often sufficient to justify a methylfolate trial. System caution, MTHFR, probability assessment. Rate each statement 0 to 3. 0 equals not at all. 1 equals occasionally. 2 equals frequently. 3 equals always. Long-standing depression/anxiety that started young, teens or earlier. Antidepressants ineffective or only partially effective. Chronic fatigue despite adequate sleep. Brain fog or difficulty concentrating. Frequent headaches or migraines. Chronic pain or heightened pain sensitivity. Stress completely overwhelms me. When I first used substances, they made me feel normal, not just high. Family history of heart disease, stroke, or Alzheimer's. Strong preference for depressant substances, alcohol, opioids, benzos. Scoring: 0 to 8, low likelihood, standard protocols likely sufficient. 9 to 16, moderate likelihood, consider methylfolate trial. 17 to 24, high likelihood, genetic testing plus methylfolate recommended. 25 plus, very high likelihood, prioritize methylation protocol immediately. Immediate action protocol. System green, your next 30 days. This week, order L-methylfolate, 400 to 800 micrograms, and methylcobalamin, 1000 micrograms. Order magnesium glycinate, 400 milligrams. Read labels, remove any supplements containing folic acid. Start mood/energy journal. Baseline your current state. Week 2. Begin supplementation with breakfast. Track daily. Energy, 1 to 10. Mood, 1 to 10. Cravings, 1 to 10. Note any activation symptoms. Adjust if needed. Week 3 to 4. If tolerating well, increase methylfolate dose. Request homocysteine blood test from your doctor. Consider genetic testing. 23andMe, Stratigene interpretation. Month end. Review journal. Calculate improvement percentages. Adjust protocol based on response. Plan long-term supplementation strategy. If homocysteine elevated, commit to 6-month restoration. The bigger picture. Understanding MTHFR isn't about finding an excuse. It's about finding a lever. When you address the supply deficit, something profound happens. Substances become less necessary. The relief they provided was addressing a genuine biochemical need. When that need is met through targeted supplementation, the compulsion to use decreases naturally. Architect's log. Recovery isn't about willpower. It's about biology. And biology can be supported. The methylation system that's been throttled since birth can be bypassed. The bottleneck that drove you to substances can be circumvented. The neurochemical deficit that made normal feel impossible can be corrected. This isn't a cure. It's an upgrade. And it's available to anyone willing to implement it. System Green, Chapter 2, System Summary, Core Concepts. MTHFR is the rate-limiting enzyme in methylation, your brain's bandwidth. 40 to 60% of people carry variants causing 30 to 70% reduced activity. This creates chronic neurotransmitter supply deficit. Elevated homocysteine, toxic byproduct, drives neuroinflammation. The solution: L-methylfolate, 7.5 to 15 milligrams, bypasses the genetic bottleneck. Methylcobalamin, 5,000 micrograms, provides essential cofactor. Full restoration takes 3 to 6 months, but provides lasting baseline improvement. Critical warning: avoid synthetic folic acid. It blocks already compromised enzyme. Start low and increase gradually. Overmethylation is common initially. The paradigm shift. You were never broken. You were bottlenecked. And bottlenecks can be bypassed. End of Chapter 2. Continue to Chapter 3. The Clearance System. Chapter 3. The Clearance System. Your COMT gene and stress response. The janitor, your brain cannot fire. Every thought you think, every emotion you feel, every decision you make, all of it depends on chemicals called neurotransmitters moving between neurons. Dopamine surges when you anticipate reward. Norepinephrine floods your system during stress. These chemicals deliver their message, and then they must be cleared away. If they're not removed, they accumulate. The signal becomes noise. The system overloads. Your brain's primary janitor for clearing these chemicals in the prefrontal cortex, the command center responsible for focus, decision-making, and impulse control, is an enzyme called COMT, catechol O-methyltransferase, the Val158. Met variant, warriors versus worriers. The COMT gene has a critical variant at position 158. Val 158, Met, RS4680. At this position, you can inherit valine, Val, creates a fast COMT enzyme. Methionine, Met, creates a slow COMT enzyme. Met/Met individuals have COMT enzyme activity that's 3 to 4 times slower than Val/Val individuals. This isn't a minor variation, it's a fundamental difference in how your brain operates. The warrior genotype, Val/Val, fast COMT. System green, Val/Val, the warrior profile. Your COMT enzyme works rapidly. Dopamine and norepinephrine are cleared quickly from your prefrontal cortex. Your baseline levels of these chemicals are lower because they're constantly being swept away. Under normal/low stress, lower baseline focus and attention, difficulty with sustained concentration, restlessness and need for stimulation. Risk-taking behavior feels natural, quick to move on from setbacks. High stress tolerance, resilient under pressure. The advantage: warriors excel under pressure. When stress hormones surge, your fast COMT clears them efficiently. You don't get stuck in stress states. You're the person who thrives. In emergencies, paramedics, ER doctors, firefighters often test as warriors. System caution, warrior vulnerability. Your baseline dopamine is constantly low. Normal life, with its routine, mundane tasks and delayed gratification, doesn't provide enough stimulation to maintain adequate dopamine levels. You're always seeking to boost dopamine through novelty, risk, intensity. Substance use pattern. Warriors gravitate towards stimulants: cocaine, methamphetamine. Prescription stimulants: Adderall, Ritalin. Excessive caffeine, nicotine. High-intensity exercise can become compulsive. Why? These substances artificially maintain the dopamine levels that your fast COMT constantly clears. They make your brain feel right, focused, motivated, engaged. The warrior genotype, Met/Met, slow COMT. System caution, MET/MET, the warrior profile. Your COMT enzyme works slowly. Dopamine and norepinephrine accumulate in your prefrontal cortex. Your baseline levels are higher because clearance is sluggish. Under normal/low stress, excellent focus and concentration. Detail-oriented and perfectionist. Superior working memory. Deep analytical thinking. High intelligence and academic success, preference for calm, predictable environments. The advantage: warriors excel in stable, intellectually demanding environments. You can focus for hours on complex problems. You catch details others miss. You're often successful in academic, research, programming, writing, or analytical fields. Critical system failure, worrier under stress, critical. Your slow COMT cannot handle surges of stress chemicals. Under pressure, dopamine and norepinephrine flood your system faster than your enzyme can clear them. Your prefrontal cortex becomes toxic, hyperactivated to the point of dysfunction. What this feels like: catastrophic overwhelm, racing thoughts that won't stop, rumination and obsessive thinking, inability to let it go, anxiety that escalates rapidly, panic attacks, emotional flooding. This isn't about having thin skin. This is about having a biological clearance system that cannot handle the biochemical load of modern stress. Critical system failure, worrier substance pattern. Worriers gravitate toward depressants, alcohol, benzodiazepines, Xanax, Valium, Klonopin, opioids, heroin, prescription painkillers, marijuana, kratom, gabapentin. Why? These substances calm your overactive brain. They don't just reduce anxiety. They resolve a biochemical traffic jam. They slow your racing thoughts, stop the rumination, allow you to finally turn off your brain. The pattern may describe feeling like my brain finally shut up. Use increases during stressful periods. High risk of dependence because relief is profound. Critical system failure, the stimulant trap. Worriers must avoid. Worriers who use stimulants face severe danger. Stimulants flood dopamine into a system that already clears it slowly. The result? Stimulant-induced psychosis, paranoia, hallucinations, delusions, extreme agitation and aggression, compulsive obsessive behavior, prolonged crashes with severe depression. If you're a worrier, stimulants aren't just ineffective, they're actively dangerous. The heterozygous middle val/met. System caution, val/met. The balanced profile. If you're val/met, you have moderate COMT activity, not fast, not slow. You experience traits of both warriors and worriers depending on context. Good focus in stable conditions, but less exceptional than met/met. Decent stress tolerance, but not as robust as val/val. Can handle some stimulation, but also needs calm. More balanced, but less specialized. You may use substances situationally. Stimulants when you need focus, depressants when you need calm, making your use pattern more unpredictable. Self-identifying your COMT status. You don't need genetic testing to recognize your profile. Consider these patterns. System green. You're likely a warrior. Val/val. If. Check you've always been a risk taker or thrill seeker. Check. You get bored easily and hate routine. Check. You handle crisis situations better than everyday life. Check you've been called fearless or tough. Check you struggle with sustained attention or finishing projects. Check traditional school or office work feels stifling. Check you gravitate towards stimulants, including excessive caffeine, nicotine. Check you feel more focused and normal on stimulants. Check you recover quickly from stressful events. Check. People describe you as having thick skin. Critical system failure. You're likely a worrier. Met/met. If. Check you've always been anxious, even as a child. Check you're highly detail-oriented and perfectionist. Check you were academically successful but socially anxious. Check you ruminate obsessively over problems or conversations. Check stress completely overwhelms you. Check you can't turn off your brain at night. Check you're hypersensitive to criticism. check you gravitate toward alcohol, benzodiazepines, or opioids. Check substances make you feel calm for the first time. Check stimulants make you more anxious or paranoid. The COMT-MTHFR interaction, the perfect storm. Critical system failure, MTHFRT/T plus COMT, MET/MET equals extreme vulnerability. Low baseline neurotransmitter production, MTHFR. Inability to clear stress surges, COMT. Result, baseline depression plus stress-triggered anxiety. Substance pattern. Often starts with depressants, may add stimulants to combat. Depression, creating a dangerous cycle. System caution, MTHFRT/T plus COMT, val/val, equals different vulnerability. Low baseline neurotransmitter production, MTHFR. Rapid clearance, COMT. Result, chronic low motivation plus poor focus. Substance pattern, high-dose stimulant use to compensate for both deficits. For warriors, val/val, fast COMT. The goal, slow clearance and maintain baseline dopamine without stimulants. System green, warrior supplement, stack. Dopamine, precursors. L-tyrosine, 500 to 1,500 milligrams twice daily, morning and mid-afternoon. Mucuna pruriens, natural L-dopa, 100 to 300 milligrams daily. Natural COMT inhibitors. Quercetin, 500 milligrams twice daily, slows COMT enzyme activity. Green tea extract, EGCG, 400 milligrams daily, mild COMT inhibitor. Magnesium, required cofactor for COMT, 400 to 600 milligrams daily. Morning stack, L-tyrosine, 1,000 milligrams. Rhodiola, rosea, 300 milligrams, adaptogen for stress plus dopamine support. B-complex with methylfolate. Magnesium, 200 milligrams. Afternoon, if needed. L-tyrosine, 500 milligrams. Green tea extract, 200 milligrams. Evening, magnesium glycinate, 400 milligrams, helps with sleep. System green, warrior lifestyle design. Need for stimulation, high-intensity interval training, HIIT, 4 to 5 times per week. Novel and challenging work, avoid routine. Regular adventure/travel. Engaging hobbies, rock climbing, martial arts, competitive sports. Dopamine-boosting activities. Cold exposure, ice baths, cold showers. Competitive games or sports. Music, especially percussion or drumming. High-intensity social interaction. Environmental modifications. Work in fast-paced, dynamic environments. Avoid long-term monotonous tasks. Build in regular breaks and novelty. Use time blocking for focus, Pomodoro technique. For warriors, MET/MET, slow, COMT. The goal, support efficient clearance and prevent dopamine/norepinephrine accumulation under stress. System green, warrior supplement. Stack, magnesium, critical. Magnesium is the essential cofactor for COMT enzyme function. Warriors often have functional magnesium deficiency. Dose, 400 to 800 milligrams daily. Glycinate or threonate forms. This single intervention can dramatically improve anxiety. Methylation. Support. SAMe, 400 to 800 milligrams daily, provides methyl groups for COMT. Methylfolate plus methylcobalamin, as covered in Chapter 2. GABA support, calming. L-theanine, 200 to 400 milligrams daily. Taurine, 500 to 1,000 milligrams daily. Glycine, 3 to 5 grams before bed. Avoid dopamine precursors. High-dose L-tyrosine can worsen anxiety in worriers. Limit to less than 500 milligrams daily, if at all. Morning stack. Methylfolate, individualized dose, Chapter 2. Methylcobalamin, 1,000 micrograms. Magnesium glycinate, 400 milligrams. L-theanine, 200 milligrams. Afternoon, magnesium, 200 milligrams if stress is high. Evening, magnesium, glycinate, 400 milligrams. Glycine, 3 to 5 grams. L-theanine, 200 milligrams if sleep is difficult. Advanced for severe anxiety. Lithium, orotate, 5 to 20 milligrams daily. Low-dose lithium supports COMT and reduces anxiety. CBD oil, 25 to 50 milligrams daily, reduces anxiety without intoxication. System green, warrior lifestyle design, need for calm. Gentle, restorative exercise, yoga, walking, swimming. Predictable routine and structure. Quiet work environments. Limit sensory overload. Stress management, essential. Daily meditation or breath work, 10 to 20 minutes. Regular sleep schedule. Worriers are highly sleep sensitive. Limit caffeine, max 1 to 2 cups coffee/day, none afternoon. Avoid high-stress social situations when possible. Environmental modifications. Create a calm, organized living space. Use noise-canceling headphones in stimulating environments. Work from home or quiet office when possible. Limit news consumption and social media, constant stressors. Build in daily decompression time after work. Case study, the worrier who became free. David, age 29, presentation, lifelong anxiety and perfectionism, academic overachiever with social anxiety. Started using Xanax at 23 for anxiety. Escalated to daily benzodiazepine dependence. Attempted to quit multiple times. Withdrawal was unbearable. Genetic testing. COMT met/met, worrier. MTHFRC 677TC/T, heterozygous, moderate methylation impairment. Architect's log. David's realization. When I take benzos, my brain finally shuts up. I've been trying to turn off a fire hose with willpower. Key takeaways. 1. COMT Val 158. MET determines dopamine clearance speed, creating warrior, fast, and worrier, slow profiles. 2. Warriors have low baseline dopamine, high stress tolerance, and gravitate toward stimulants. 3. Warriors have high baseline dopamine, low stress tolerance, and gravitate toward depressants. 4. Warriors face severe danger from stimulants, psychosis risk. 5. Warriors need strategies to maintain dopamine. Warriors need strategies to clear dopamine. 6. Magnesium is critical for warrior COMT function. 7. Environmental design must match your COMT profile. System green. Action steps. Warriors. 1. This week, add L-tyrosine, 1,000 milligrams morning, and quercetin, 500 milligrams twice daily. 2. This month, Schedule 3 to 4 high-intensity workouts weekly. Make exercise your dopamine source. 3. Long-term. Redesign your work/life to include novelty and challenge. Avoid routine. System green. Action, steps, warriors. 1. This week, start magnesium glycinate, 400 milligrams twice daily, and L-theanine, 200 milligrams morning/evening. 2. This month, establish a 10-minute daily meditation practice and eliminate caffeine after noon. 3. Long-term, audit your environment for stressors. Create calm, predictable spaces and routines. Chapter 3. Ends. Continue to. Chapter 4. The processing system. Chapter 4. The processing system. CYP450 genes and drug metabolism. The security checkpoint. Architect's log. The airport security analogy for CYP45. Oh, imagine your liver as airport security. Every substance that enters your bloodstream must pass through a checkpoint where it's inspected, processed, and either cleared for entry or neutralized and escorted out. The security guards at this checkpoint are enzymes called cytochrome P45, CYP450. These enzymes determine how quickly drugs are metabolized, whether drugs are activated or deactivated, how long drugs stay in your system, whether drugs become toxic. Your genes determine how your security guards behave, and this variation can mean the difference between therapeutic relief and accidental overdose, between medication that works and medication that fails, between safety and life-threatening risk. The CYP450 family, your metabolic enzymes. The CYP450 family includes dozens of enzymes, but several are critically important for substance metabolism. CYP2D6 metabolizes 25% of all drugs, including codeine and tramadol, converts to active forms. Many antidepressants, antipsychotics, some synthetic opioids. CYP3A4 metabolizes 50% of all drugs, including fentanyl, benzodiazepines, many prescription medications. CYP2C19 metabolizes clopidogrel, Plavix, some benzodiazepines, proton pump inhibitors, the metabolizer phenotypes. Genetic variants in CYP genes create different metabolizer phenotypes, different speeds at which you process drugs. Critical system failure, poor metabolizer, PM. Little to no enzyme activity, often due to deleted or non-functional genes. Drugs stay in system much longer. Higher risk of side effects and toxicity. Standard doses may become toxic. Prevalence, 5 to 10% of population, varies by enzyme and ethnicity. System caution, intermediate metabolizer, IM. Reduced enzyme activity, one functional allele, one reduced. Slower than normal metabolism. May need dose adjustments. Prevalence, 10 to 15% of population. System green, normal/extensive metabolizer, EM. Normal enzyme activity, 2 functional alleles. Standard drug dosing appropriate. Prevalence, 70 to 80% of population. This is who drug trials are designed for. Critical system failure, ultra-rapid metabolizer, UM. Increased enzyme activity, gene duplications or amplifications. Drugs metabolized very quickly. May need higher doses for effect. For prodrugs, extremely dangerous, converts too fast. Prevalence: 5 to 10% of population, up to 29% in some ethnicities. CYP2D6, the prodrug processor. CYP2D6 is the most clinically significant enzyme for addiction medicine because it processes prodrugs, inactive drugs that must be converted to active forms. Critical system failure, critical prodrugs. Codeine to morphine. Tramadol to O-desmethyl tramadol, M1. Hydrocodone to hydromorphone, partially. If your CYP2D6 is abnormal, these conversions don't happen correctly, with potentially fatal consequences. If you're a poor metabolizer, CYP2D6PM, your liver cannot convert prodrugs to their active forms. Critical system failure. What happens with codeine? Poor metabolizer. You take the prescribed dose. Your liver cannot convert it to morphine. You experience no pain relief. You continue taking more, seeking relief. You may be labeled drug-seeking when you're actually experiencing therapeutic failure. You accumulate the parent drug, which can cause side effects without benefit. CPIC Clinical Guideline. Poor metabolizers should avoid codeine and tramadol entirely. Alternative opioids that don't require CYP2, D6, morphine, oxycodone, hydromorphone, should be used instead. If you're an ultra-rapid metabolizer, CYP2, D6UM. Your liver converts prodrugs extremely quickly, creating dangerous spikes in active drug. Critical system failure. What happens with codeine? Ultra-rapid metabolizer. You take a standard dose, 30 to 60 milligrams. Your liver converts it to morphine rapidly, creating levels equivalent to 100 plus milligrams morphine. Life-threatening respiratory depression. Fatal overdose from normal doses. The breastfeeding tragedy. A breastfeeding mother who was a CYP2, D6UM took standard dose codeine for post-surgical pain. The infant died from morphine toxicity through breast milk. The mother's ultra-rapid metabolism produced toxic morphine levels that passed to the baby. This tragedy led to FDA black box warnings and CPIC guidelines recommending complete avoidance of codeine in ultra-rapid metabolizers. CPIC Clinical Guideline. Ultra-rapid metabolizers should avoid codeine and tramadol entirely. The street drug reality. The clinical guidelines are clear for prescription medications. But what about street drugs, where you don't control the dosing and may not even know what substance you're actually taking? Critical system failure. The fentanyl crisis. Fentanyl is not a prodrug. It's a direct mu-opioid receptor agonist. It's metabolized primarily by CYP3A4, not CYP2D6. If you're a CYP3A4, poor metabolizer, fentanyl stays in your system longer. Risk of prolonged respiratory depression. Risk of secondary overdose. Hours after use as the drug recirculates. CYP3A4 inhibitors, drugs that slow the enzyme. Grapefruit juice. Many antibiotics, erythromycin, clarithromycin, antifungals, ketoconazole, HIV medications, some antidepressants. If you're using fentanyl and taking any CYP3A4 inhibitor, your overdose risk skyrockets, even if you're using the same amount you've used before. Critical system failure, the nitazene threat. Nitazines, benzimidazole opioids, are emerging synthetic opioids with extreme potency. Some are 1,000 times stronger than morphine. Research suggests nitazines are metabolized by both CYP2D6 and CYP2C8. If you're a CYP2D6 poor metabolizer, nitazines may accumulate to toxic levels. Nitazines are often sold as heroin or pressed into fake pills. Users don't know they're taking nitazines. Result: sudden, unexpected overdose from what appears to be a normal dose. System Green, self-protection strategies. 1. Never use alone. Always have naloxone, Narcan, available. 2. Test your supply. Fentanyl test strips, though they don't detect all nitazines. 3. Start low. If you must use, start with a fraction of your normal dose with new supply. 4. Avoid mixing. Never combine opioids with benzodiazepines or alcohol. Self-identifying your CYP4/5 status. While genetic testing is ideal, these patterns can suggest metabolizer status. System caution. Signs. You might be a poor metabolizer. Check you're extremely sensitive to medications, experience side effects at low doses. Check medications stay in your system a long time. Check you need lower than standard doses. Check codeine or tramadol have never worked for you. No pain relief. Check you've had severe side effects from antidepressants at standard doses. Check you're often told you're sensitive to medications. System caution. Signs you might be an ultra-rapid metabolizer. Check medications don't seem to work at standard doses. Check you've been labeled treatment-resistant. Check you need higher doses than most people. Check medications wear off quickly. Check codeine worked extremely well. Powerful effect. Check you've had unexpected intense reactions to prodrugs. Pharmacogenomic testing. What you need to know. System Green, available tests. GeneSight, focused on psychiatric medications, $300 to $2,000, often insurance covered. GenoMind, comprehensive mental health pharmacogenomics. OneOme, broad medication panel. Tempus, comprehensive precision medicine panel. What it tells you: which medications are likely to work for you, which medications require dose adjustments, which medications you should avoid entirely, drug-drug interaction risks based on your metabolism. System Green, DIY option. Services like 23andMe or Ancestry DNA provide raw genetic data that includes CYP4/5 variants. Interpretation services. Promethease, $12, provides raw variant information. Strategene, $40, more user-friendly interpretation. Genetic Genie, free, basic methylation and detox report. Important: DIY interpretation is not a substitute for clinical pharmacogenomic testing, but it can provide valuable insights. Building your safety strategy. System Green, your safety protocol. 1. Get tested. If you're in recovery or currently using substances, pharmacogenomic testing should be a priority. This information could save your life. 2. Carry a card. Create a wallet card with your critical metabolizer status. Front. Name, emergency contact, CYP2D6 poor metabolizer. Avoid, codeine, tramadol. Back, other CYP variants, current medications, allergies. 3. Educate your providers. Every doctor, dentist, and pharmacist you see should know your metabolizer status. Don't assume they'll check, tell them proactively. 4. Use medication interaction checkers. Drugs.com, interaction checker, free, comprehensive. Medscape Drug Interaction Checker. Free, detailed explanations. Check every new medication or supplement against your current regimen. 5. Build a safe medication list. Green light. Medications safe for your profile. Yellow light. Medications requiring dose adjustment. Red light. Medications to avoid entirely. Case study. The codeine catastrophe. Jennifer, age 26. Background. Recovering from heroin use disorder, 18 months clean. Wisdom teeth extraction scheduled. Prescribed. Codeine/acetaminophen, 30 milligrams/300 milligrams. Take 1 to 2 tablets every 4 to 6 hours. Critical system failure. What happened? Day 1. Jennifer took 2 tablets as prescribed. No pain relief. Assumed she was tolerant. Day 2. Took 3 tablets at once. Still no relief. Pain unbearable. Day 3. Took 4 tablets. Finally got minimal relief. Started taking 3 to 4 tablets every 4 hours. Day 5. Dental office called her drug-seeking when she requested a refill. The truth. Genetic testing revealed CYP2D6 poor metabolizer. Jennifer's liver could not convert codeine to morphine. She was accumulating inactive. Codeine experiencing side effects, constipation, nausea, without pain relief. She wasn't drug-seeking. She was experiencing therapeutic failure. System green. Resolution. Switch to oxycodone. Doesn't require CYP2D6. Pain relieved at standard dose. Added pharmacogenomic testing results to medical record. Future prescribers can avoid prodrugs entirely. Architect's log. Jennifer's words. I spent 5 days in pain, feeling like a failure and being judged, all because nobody checked my genetics. This should be standard before prescribing opioids. Key takeaways. 1. CYP450. Enzymes determine how your body processes drugs. Speed varies genetically. 2. Poor metabolizers accumulate drugs to toxic levels. Ultra-rapid metabolizers clear drugs too quickly. 3. Codeine and tramadol are dangerous for both poor and ultra-rapid metabolizers. 4. Fentanyl is metabolized by CYP3A4. Drug interactions dramatically increase overdose risk. 5. Pharmacogenomic testing guides safe medication selection. 6. Drug interactions can override normal metabolism. Always check interactions. System green. Action steps. 1. This week, research pharmacogenomic testing options. Check if your insurance covers GeneSight or GenomeMind. 2. This month, order 23andMe if professional testing isn't accessible. Create a medication history document. All medications tried, doses, effects. Schedule an appointment with a doctor to discuss pharmacogenomic testing. 3. Immediate safety. Download the drugs.com app for interaction checking. Create a list of all current medications and supplements. Check every substance against your current regimen before adding anything new. 4. Long-term. Get pharmacogenomic testing completed. Share results with all healthcare providers. Create a wallet card with metabolizer status. Build a personalized safe medication list. Protocol 8. The oxytocin override. The HPA axis reset. An experimental biohacker protocol. Critical system failure. Experimental protocol. Advanced users only. This protocol describes an experimental intervention used by advanced clinics. and informed biohackers. It is not FDA approved for addiction treatment. Proceed only if you have exhausted conventional approaches, understand the risks and mechanism, have medical supervision available. Accept full responsibility for self-experimentation. This is the edge of recovery science. You are the experiment. Section 8.1. The concept. Forget love hormone. You've heard oxytocin called the love hormone or the bonding chemical. Forget that. That's the pop science version for lifestyle magazines. For our purposes, oxytocin is something far more useful. Architect's log. Oxytocin is a cortisol damper. It is the endogenous off switch for your stress response system. When your HPA axis is screaming at maximum volume, which is exactly what happens. During opioid and benzodiazepine withdrawal, oxytocin is the circuit breaker that can bring the noise down to manageable levels. This isn't about feeling loved. This is about silencing the biological panic, alarm that is driving you back to substances. The mainstream narrative focuses on oxytocin's role in bonding, trust, and social connection. While accurate, this misses the engineering reality. Oxytocin directly antagonizes the stress cascade. It mechanically suppresses cortisol release. It inhibits amygdala hyperactivity. It dampens the sympathetic nervous system. In withdrawal, your stress system isn't just activated, it's in catastrophic overdrive. The substances you used were artificially suppressing this system for months or years. When you remove them, the system rebounds with a vengeance. This is why withdrawal feels like dying. Your brain genuinely believes it is under existential threat. Oxytocin is the hidden variable that can interrupt this cascade. The HPA axis in normal operation. Your HPA axis is the body's central stress response system. When you perceive a threat, the hypothalamus releases CRH, corticotropin-releasing hormone, which triggers the pituitary to release ACTH, which triggers the adrenal glands to flood your system with cortisol and adrenaline. This is fight or flight. In a healthy system, this response is self-limiting. Cortisol itself feeds back to the hypothalamus, telling it to calm down. The threat passes, the system resets, you return to baseline. Critical system failure, the HP axis in withdrawal. During active opioid/benzodiazepine use, these substances artificially suppress the HPA axis. Your brain stops producing its own calming signals because the drug is doing the job. When you remove the substance, the hypothalamus, no longer suppressed, overproduces CRH. The pituitary, sensitized by chronic suppression, overreacts to CRH. The adrenals flood you with cortisol at 3 to 5 times normal levels. The feedback loop that should calm things down is broken. Result: your stress system is stuck in the on position. This is not anxiety. This is biological panic at the cellular level. Your brain is screaming, "We are dying. Find the substance now." The amygdala, ground zero. The amygdala is the brain's threat detection center. In withdrawal, it becomes hyperactive, scanning constantly for danger, amplifying every sensation into a crisis, generating the overwhelming sense of dread that makes early recovery feel impossible. This is not psychological weakness. This is a measurable, observable neurological state. Brain imaging studies show amygdala hyperactivity in withdrawal that can persist for weeks to months. System green, oxytocin's mechanism, the override. Oxytocin directly counteracts this cascade through multiple pathways. 1. Amygdala suppression. Oxytocin receptors in the amygdala, when activated, reduce firing rates. The panic signal is mechanically dampened at the source. 2. CRH inhibition. Oxytocin inhibits CRH release from the hypothalamus, breaking the stress cascade at its origin point. 3. Cortisol reduction. Studies show intranasal oxytocin reduces cortisol levels by 20 to 40% within 30 to 60 minutes of administration. 4. Parasympathetic activation. Oxytocin shifts autonomic balance toward rest and digest, counteracting the sympathetic overdrive of withdrawal. This is not a psychological trick. This is pharmacological intervention at the neuroendocrine level. Section 8.3. The hidden patch. What advanced clinics know. Architect's log. Here's what they're not telling you at standard detox facilities. Advanced addiction medicine clinics, the boutique programs that cost $50,000 a month, the ones treating executives and celebrities have been using intranasal oxytocin as an adjunct to withdrawal management for years. They don't advertise it. It's not FDA approved for this indication. But the clinicians who work with the hardest cases know intranasal oxytocin can cut subjective withdrawal symptoms by 40 to 60%. This is the hidden patch, the intervention that makes the difference between white-knuckling through hell and having a manageable experience. You don't need $50,000. You need information and access. The research supporting this is not hidden. It's simply not widely known. Studies on intranasal oxytocin in opioid withdrawal show reduced craving intensity, Woolley et al., 2016. Decreased withdrawal symptom severity, Moyni et al., 2019. Improved stress tolerance during early recovery, McRae-Clark et al. On 2013. Enhanced response to social support interventions, Flanagan et al., 2018. The mechanism is straightforward. By dampening the HPA axis overdrive, oxytocin removes the biological fuel that powers early relapse. The I need to use right now desperation is, in large part, a cortisol-driven panic response. Reduce the cortisol. Reduce the desperation. Section 8.4. The protocol. Intranasal oxytocin. System green. Dosage protocol. Biohacker standard. Intranasal oxytocin. Standard biohacker range. Dose. 24 IU, international units per administration. This is typically 4 sprays. Most nasal sprays deliver 6 IU per spray. Timing. Morning. 24 IU upon waking, before stress builds. As needed, 24 IU during acute craving or panic episodes. Evening. 12 to 24 IU before bed. Optional, aids sleep. Maximum 72 IU per day. Do not exceed. Duration. Acute withdrawal phase. Daily use for 2 to 4 weeks. Post-acute phase. As needed use for 2 to 3 months. Maintenance. Situational use for high stress events. Onset. Effects begin within 15 to 30 minutes. Duration, 2 to 4 hours per dose. Administration, tilt head slightly back. Insert nozzle just inside nostril, not deep. Spray while inhaling gently through nose. Alternate nostrils for multiple sprays. Do not sniff forcefully. Drives peptide to throat. System caution. Timing strategy, front-load the day. The morning dose is critical. Cortisol naturally peaks in the morning, the cortisol awakening response. In withdrawal, this peak is massively amplified, which is why mornings are often the hardest part of early recovery. By administering oxytocin within 30 minutes of waking, you intercept the stress cascade before it builds momentum. Think of it as patching the system before boot up. Section 8.5. Sourcing. This is where most people fail. Critical system. Failure. Do not buy oxytocin from Amazon. I cannot stress this enough. The oxytocin products on Amazon, eBay, and retail websites are fake. These are typically homeopathic dilutions, essentially water. Oxytocin-boosting herbal blends, not oxytocin. Sublingual drops that cannot survive stomach acid. Outright fraudulent products with zero active ingredient. Oxytocin is a peptide. It is destroyed by stomach acid and digestive. Enzymes, oral, sublingual, and transdermal delivery do not work. The only effective route is intranasal, and even then, only about 1 to 2% reaches the brain, still enough to be effective. If you're buying oxytocin that doesn't require a prescription or special sourcing, you are buying placebo. System green, legitimate sourcing. Option 1, compounding pharmacy, preferred. Requires a prescription from a physician. Custom compounded intranasal oxytocin. Typical concentration, 40 IU per milliliter or 24 IU per 0.1 milliliter spray. Cost, $50 to $150 per bottle. Lasts 2 to 4 weeks. Quality assured, pharmaceutical grade. How to get a prescription. Find an integrative medicine or functional medicine physician. Present the research on oxytocin for stress/anxiety. Frame it as HPA axis support, not addiction treatment. Many will prescribe off-label for stress management. Option 2, research chemical suppliers, gray market. Peptide research suppliers sell oxytocin for research purposes. Legal to purchase in most jurisdictions. Requires reconstitution, mixing with bacteriostatic water. Quality varies. Use only established suppliers with third-party testing. Cost, $30 to $60 per 5 milligram vial. Lasts 4 to 8 weeks. You assume all responsibility for purity and dosing. Option 3, international pharmacy. Syntocinon nasal spray, brand name oxytocin. Available over the counter in some countries. Can be imported for personal use in many jurisdictions. Pharmaceutical grade, consistent quality. System caution. Reconstitution guide for research peptides. If using lyophilized, freeze-dried oxytocin from research suppliers, materials needed. Bacteriostatic water, not regular saline. Insulin syringes, 29 to 31 gauge. Nasal spray bottle, amber glass, 10 milliliters. Alcohol swabs. Reconstitution. 5 milligrams oxytocin equals 5,000 IU. Add 2.5 milliliters bacteriostatic water. Concentration equals 2,000 IU per milliliter. Each 0.1 milliliter spray equals 200 IU, too high. Adjustment. Add 8.3 milliliters water to 5 milligrams for approximately 600 IU per milliliter. Each 0.1 milliliter spray equals approximately 60 IU. Use 0.04 milliliters, 4 units on insulin syringe, equals approximately 24 IU per nostril. Storage. Refrigerate after reconstitution. Discard after 30 days. This is advanced. If this seems complicated, use a compounding pharmacy. Section 8.6, the Brave It warning, the emotional purge. There is a side effect of oxytocin that no one warns you about. It is not dangerous, but it can be destabilizing if you're not prepared. System caution, emotional flooding. Prepare for the purge. Oxytocin reconnects the emotional circuits you spent years numbing. This is not a malfunction. This is a system purge. When oxytocin dampens the stress response, it also lowers the walls you built against feeling. The grief you suppressed, the trauma you avoided, the sadness you medicated away, it surfaces. What you may experience: intense, unexpected crying, sometimes for hours. Waves of grief without clear cause. Vivid emotional memories surfacing. Overwhelming feelings of loss or regret. Sudden awareness of pain you didn't know you were carrying. This is healing, not harm. The emotions you're feeling are not new. They were always there, held at bay by cortisol and substances. Oxytocin opens the floodgates. What to do? Let it happen. Do not try to suppress or manage the emotions. Have tissues, have water, have a safe space. Tell someone you trust that you may need support. Journal if you can. Capture what surfaces. Understand, this is the debris clearing. It passes. Many people report that after the initial emotional purge phase, usually 3 to 7 days, they feel lighter than they have in years. You are not breaking down. You are defrosting. Architect's log. Personal note. The first time I used intranasal oxytocin, I cried for 4 hours straight. Grief I didn't know I was carrying poured out. It was terrifying and liberating in equal measure. In retrospect, I was crying for every feeling I'd numbed for a decade. The oxytocin didn't create those feelings. It just stopped me from running from them. If you're going to use this protocol, prepare for the emotional work. It's not optional. It's the point. Section 8.7, Contraindications and Risks. Critical system failure. Do not use oxytocin. If you are pregnant or breastfeeding, induces uterine contractions. You have a history of psychosis or schizophrenia, may worsen symptoms. You are taking medications that affect oxytocin, certain SSR is MDMA. You have cardiovascular instability, can affect blood pressure. You have a known allergy to oxytocin. Use with caution. If you have a history of severe trauma, emotional flooding may be intense. You are in an unstable living situation, need safe space for purge. You are using other peptides or hormones. You have nasal congestion or sinus issues, reduces absorption. System caution, potential side effects. Common, usually mild, transient. Nasal irritation or runny nose. Headache, usually first few uses. Mild drowsiness or relaxation. Emotional sensitivity, this is the point. Uncommon, nausea, rare with intranasal. Dizziness, irregular heartbeat, discontinue if occurs. Rare. Allergic reaction, seek medical attention. Significant blood pressure changes. Most side effects resolve within 30 to 60 minutes as oxytocin clears. Section 8.8, Integration, the full stack. Oxytocin is not a standalone solution. It is most effective as part of a comprehensive protocol. System green, oxytocin plus methylation support. MTHFR protocol. Oxytocin dampens stress. Methylation support rebuilds neurotransmitters. Synergy. Oxytocin reduces cortisol, leads to allows methylation to work. Methylfolate supports dopamine/serotonin, leads to improves oxytocin receptor function. Magnesium supports both pathways. Combined protocol. Morning. Methylfolate plus B12 plus oxytocin 24 IU. Midday magnesium plus oxytocin 24 IU if needed. Evening. Magnesium plus glycine plus oxytocin 12, IU optional. System green, oxytocin plus COMT support, warrior protocol. If you're a COMT met/met warrior, you're especially vulnerable to stress-driven relapse. Oxytocin is particularly effective for you. Synergy. Slow COMT equals dopamine/norepinephrine. Stuck in synapses equals anxiety. Oxytocin dampens the stress that triggers this cascade. Combined effect. Break the anxiety craving use cycle. Combined protocol. Morning, SAMe plus, magnesium plus oxytocin, 24 IU. As needed, L-theanine plus oxytocin, 24 IU for acute stress. Evening, glycine plus taurine plus oxytocin, 12 IU. Section 8.9. The bottom line. Architect's log. Intranasal oxytocin is the closest thing to a cheat code for early recovery. It doesn't eliminate withdrawal. It doesn't cure addiction. But it turns down the volume on the biological panic that drives relapse. For those of us with dysregulated stress systems, which is most of us, who ended up addicted in the first place, oxytocin addresses a root cause that willpower and talk therapy cannot touch. This is experimental. This is edge case. This is not FDA approved. But if you've tried everything else and you're still fighting the same biology every day, this might be the missing variable. The stress system that drives your relapse has an off switch. Oxytocin is the key. System green. Protocol 8. Key takeaways. 1. Oxytocin is a cortisol damper, not just a love hormone. 2. Opioid/benzo withdrawal creates HPA axis overdrive. Oxytocin interrupts this. 3. Intranasal oxytocin can reduce withdrawal symptoms by 40 to 60%. 4. Only intranasal works. Oral/sublingual products are useless. 5. Source from compounding pharmacy or reputable peptide suppliers. 6. Standard dose, 24 IU, 1 to 3 times daily during acute withdrawal. 7. Expect emotional flooding. This is healing, not harm. 8. Combine with methylation and COMT support for maximum effect. 9. This is experimental. You assume all responsibility. 10. When in doubt, work with a physician who understands peptides. End of Protocol 8. Return to main text. References. Woolley, J.D. et al., 2016. Intranasal oxytocin effects on craving. Psychoneuroendocrinology. Moini M. et al., 2019. Oxytocin and opioid withdrawal symptoms. J. Psychopharmacol. McRae-Clark, A.L. et al., 2013. Oxytocin and stress reactivity in substance use disorders. Flanagan, J.C. et al., 2018. Oxytocin effects on stress and craving in cocaine dependence. Pedersen, C.A. et al., 2013. Intranasal oxytocin reduces social anxiety. J. Klin, Psychopharmacol. Chapter 4 ends. Continue to Chapter 5, the combined effect. Chapter 5, the combined effect. When multiple variants collide. The perfect storm. Understanding individual genetic variants is essential, but here's what most addiction literature misses. The real vulnerability emerges when multiple genetic variants interact. Your MTHFR status affects your baseline neurotransmitter production. Your COMT status determines how you clear stress chemicals. Your CYP45O status governs drug metabolism. When these systems have vulnerabilities simultaneously, they don't just add up, they multiply. Architect's log. This is the difference between someone who uses substances occasionally and someone who becomes severely dependent. This is the difference between someone who can quit with some effort and someone who relapses repeatedly, despite wanting to stop desperately. This is the neurogenomic explanation for why addiction runs in families, not because of bad parenting or weak character, but because these genetic variants cluster and compound the high-risk combinations. Combination number 1, the depleted warrior. Critical system failure, depleted warrior profile, genetic profile, MTHFRC677T, T/T, homozygous, 30% enzyme activity. COMT, Val158, MET/MET, slow COMT. The biology, low baseline neurotransmitter production, MTHFR, combined with an inability to clear. Stress surges, COMT, baseline state. Chronic low-grade depression from neurotransmitter deficit. Excellent focus and detail orientation when stress is low. High intelligence, often academically successful. Under stress, catastrophic overwhelm. Racing thoughts that never stop. Severe anxiety that feels unmanageable. Depression plus anxiety simultaneously. Emotional dysregulation. System caution. Depleted warrior substance pattern. These individuals typically gravitate toward depressants that address both problems. Opioids boost dopamine, addressing MTHFR deficit, while calming anxiety, COMT overwhelm. Benzodiazepines directly calm the overactive brain. Alcohol both stimulates initially and depresses with continued use. The vulnerability. Substances feel profoundly normalizing, not just recreational. First use is often described as the first time I felt normal. Rapid progression from use to dependence. Severe withdrawal, both physical and psychological. Very high relapse rates without genetically aware treatment. Architect's log. Case example, Michael, age 32. Growing up, I was the anxious smart kid. Perfect grades, constant panic. Then I tried Vicodin after a sports injury. It was like silence. My brain finally shut up. I could breathe. For the first time in my life, I wasn't worried about everything. Of course, I chased that feeling. Genetic testing revealed MTHFRC677TT/T, COMT MET/MET, CYP2D6 intermediate metabolizer. System green, depleted warrior treatment protocol. L-methylfolate, 15 milligrams daily, addressing MTHFR. Methylcobalamin, 5,000 micrograms daily. Magnesium glycinate, 800 milligrams daily, supporting COMT. SAMe, 800 milligrams daily, providing methyl groups. L-theanine, 400 milligrams twice daily, calming without drugs. Environmental redesign, remote work, reduced social obligations. Slow opioid taper with biological support. Result. After 6 months, Michael reported an 80% reduction in anxiety without opioids. His depression lifted. He described feeling like my brain finally has the right chemicals to work properly. Combination number 2. The understimulated warrior. System caution, Understimulated warrior profile. Genetic profile. MTHFRC677T, T/T or C/T, reduced methylation. COMT Val 158, Met Val/Val, fast COMT. The biology. Low baseline neurotransmitter production, MTHFR, meets rapid dopamine clearance, COMT. Baseline state. Chronic low motivation and energy. Difficulty sustaining focus. Anhedonia, inability to feel pleasure. Restlessness and boredom. High stress tolerance but low baseline drive. Understimulation, briefly feels engaged and motivated. Rapidly returns to depleted baseline, constantly seeking the next stimulation. Critical system failure, understimulated warrior substance pattern. These individuals gravitate towards stimulants that counteract both deficits. Cocaine blocks dopamine reuptake, temporarily overcoming both production deficit and rapid clearance. Methamphetamine floods dopamine, longer duration than cocaine. Prescription stimulants, Adderall, Ritalin, often self-medicate undiagnosed ADHD. High-dose caffeine, multiple energy drinks daily, 6+ cups of coffee. Nicotine, constant use throughout the day. The vulnerability, functional use, stimulants help them focus and work. High-dose requirements need to overcome both deficits. Rapid tolerance development, severe crashes when drugs wear off. Difficulty experiencing pleasure without drugs. System green, understimulated warrior treatment protocol. L-methylfolate, 7.5 milligrams daily. L-tyrosine, 1,500 milligrams twice daily. Dopamine precursor. Mucuna pruriens, 200 milligrams daily. Natural L-dopa. Quercetin, 500 milligrams twice daily. Natural COMT inhibitor. Intensive exercise, HIIT 5 times weekly. Natural dopamine boost. Stimulant taper with medication switch to Wellbutrin, non-addictive. Case result. Lisa was able to discontinue cocaine completely. Adderall dose reduced to 20 milligrams daily and eventually discontinued. She reported that exercise plus supplementation gave her the focus and motivation without the addiction liability. Combination number 3, the metabolic mismatch. Critical system failure, metabolic mismatch profile, genetic profile, CYP2D6, poor metabolizer or ultra-rapid metabolizer. MTHFRT/T or C/T, often comorbid. COMT Met/Met or Val/Val, predicts substance type. The poor metabolizer, experience. Prescription opioids don't work, pro-drugs can't convert. Pushed towards street drugs, seeking something that works. Accumulates certain drugs to toxic levels. High side effect burden. May be labeled drug-seeking when experiencing therapeutic failure. The ultra-rapid metabolizer experience. Standard doses wear off quickly. Needs frequent redosing. Risk of overdose when switching to more potent drugs. Severe withdrawal between doses. The current danger, when metabolic variants combine with neurotransmitter variants. The prescription pathway often fails, pushed toward the illicit market. Unpredictable potency creates overdose risk. The current fentanyl crisis makes this combination deadly. Additional genetic factors. System caution, the OPRM1 factor. Opioid receptor gene, the OPRM1A118, G polymorphism affects how your opioid receptors function. G allele carriers, AG or GG. Altered receptor function. Higher doses of opioids needed for same effect. Better response to naltrexone, opioid blocker used in treatment. A allele homozygotes, AA. Standard receptor function. Normal dose-response relationship. When OPRM1 variants combine with MT-HFR/COMT/CYP variants, you get a multi-system. Genetic vulnerability. This is why some people become severely dependent on opioids, while others don't. System caution, the DRD2 factor, reward deficiency syndrome. The DRD2 gene encodes dopamine, D2 receptors. The TAC1A polymorphism affects receptor density. A 1 allele, approximately 30% reduced D2 receptor density. Baseline reward deficiency. Higher rates of all substance use disorders. More severe addiction when it develops. Poorer treatment outcomes. When DRD2A1 combines with MTHFR variants, doubly deficient dopamine system, low production plus low receptors. COMT, VAL/VAL, triply vulnerable, low production plus low receptors plus rapid clearance. This creates what researchers call reward deficiency syndrome, RDS, a genetic predisposition to seek substances or behaviors that artificially boost dopamine, recognizing your combination profile. System caution, high-risk combination checklist. Rate each section 0 to 3, not at all to very much. Depleted warrior indicators. Lifelong anxiety plus depression. Highly intelligent but emotionally struggling. Substances made you feel normal for the first time. You gravitate toward opioids, benzos, or alcohol. Perfectionist and detail-oriented. Ruminate constantly. Understimulated warrior indicators. Chronically low motivation and energy. Difficulty focusing or finishing tasks. High boredom threshold. You gravitate toward stimulants or intense activities. Diagnosed ADHD or suspected ADHD. Fearless but unfocused. Metabolic mismatch indicators. Prescription pain meds never worked right. Unusually sensitive or resistant to medications. Rapid tolerance development. Unpredictable drug effects, labeled drug-seeking by providers. Reward deficiency indicators. Anhedonia, can't feel pleasure from everyday activities. Early onset substance use, teens or earlier. Multiple substance use, not just one drug. Process addictions, gambling, sex, food, gaming. Family history of addiction across multiple substances. If you scored high, 8+, in 2 or more categories, you likely have a compound. Genetic vulnerability requiring a comprehensive, multi-system treatment approach. The Compound Vulnerability Treatment Protocol. System Green. Phase 1. Baseline restoration, months 1 to 3. Goal: restore fundamental neurochemistry before addressing substance use. Methylation, support. MTHFR. L-methylfolate, start 1 mg, titrate to 7.5 to 15 mg. Methylcobalamin, 5,000 micrograms daily. TMG, 1,000 milligrams daily. B6, P5P, 50 milligrams daily. Dopamine support. L-tyrosine, 1,000 to 2,000 milligrams daily. For warriors/low baseline, Mucuna pruriens, 200 to 400 milligrams daily. Or L-theanine, 400 milligrams twice daily for warriors/overstimulation. COMT support, magnesium, glycinate, 400 to 800 milligrams daily, essential for both types. SAME, 800 milligrams daily, provides methyl groups. For warriors, add lithium, orotate 10 milligrams, taurine 1000 milligrams. For warriors, add quercetin 500 milligrams twice daily, green tea extract 400 milligrams. Inflammation reduction, omega-3s, EPA/DHA, 2 to 3 grams daily. Curcumin, 1000 milligrams daily. NAC, N-acetylcysteine, 1,200 milligrams daily. Glutathione support. System green, phase 2. Substance taper with support. Months 3 to 6. Goal, reduce or eliminate substance use while maintaining neurochemical support. If using opioids, consider Suboxone, buprenorphine, if appropriate. Slow taper, 5 to 10% reduction every 1 to 2 weeks. Add DLPA, D/L-phenylalanine, 500 milligrams twice daily, reduces withdrawal. Add black seed oil, 1000 milligrams twice daily, reduces tolerance. Maintain all phase 1 supplements. If using stimulants, consider Wellbutrin switch with doctor. Slow stimulant reduction. Increase L-tyrosine to 2000 milligrams twice daily during taper. Add rhodiola 300 milligrams morning, adaptogen for energy. Intensive exercise protocol replaces stimulant dopamine. If using depressants, critical, never taper benzos or alcohol without medical supervision, seizure risk. Medical detox is often necessary. Add GABA support, L-theanine, taurine, magnesium, glycine. Add baclofen or gabapentin with doctor to ease withdrawal. System green, phase 3. Environmental and behavioral redesign, months 6 to 12. Goal, build a life that supports your genetic profile. For depleted warriors, calm, predictable environment, remote work or quiet workplace, strict stress management protocols, daily meditation or breath work, limited social obligations. Therapy focusing on anxiety management. For understimulated warriors, dynamic, challenging work, regular, intense exercise, novelty and adventure built into routine, competitive activities, time blocking for focus, therapy focusing on structure and follow-through. For all compound vulnerabilities, continue supplementation indefinitely. Genetic variants don't change. Regular labs, homocysteine metabolic panel, support group or therapy, annual genetic medication review, stress monitoring and rapid intervention. System green, phase 4, long-term maintenance, 12 plus months. Goal, sustained recovery with minimal intervention. Maintenance protocol, core supplements, methylfolate, B12, magnesium, lifelong. Targeted supplements as needed based on stress/symptoms. Exercise regimen maintained. Environmental supports maintained. Quarterly check-ins with provider. Annual comprehensive labs. The genetic testing roadmap. System green, Tier 1. Essential testing, $0 to $300. Homocysteine blood test. Screens for MTHFR without genetic testing. Cost $30 to $80, often insurance covered. If elevated, greater than 12, confirms methylation impairment. 23 andme or ancestry, DNA. Cost $99 to $199. Provides raw genetic data including MTHFR, COMT, some CYP variants, DRD2 variants. Free interpretation. Upload to Genetic Genie, free, or Stratigene, $40. Get basic methylation and detox reports. System Green, Tier 2. Clinical testing, $300 to $1,000. Pharmacogenomic panel, GeneSight, Genomind. Comprehensive CYP450 testing. Medication response predictions. Often insurance covered for treatment-resistant conditions. Cost $300 to $2,000. Typically $300 with insurance, $330 self-pay for GeneSight. Methylation panel. Comprehensive methylation genetics. Multiple MTHFRSNPs. COMT, MAO, MTRR variants. Cost $200 to $400. The family factor. Addiction. Runs in families because these genetic variants cluster through biogenetic selection/expression, and epigenetic expression is part socio-learned. System caution, inherited risk. If you have compound genetic vulnerabilities, consider. Your children have a 50% chance of inheriting each variant you carry. Your siblings share approximately 50% of your variants. Extended family, cousins, aunts, uncles, share some variants. The conversation. I learned that I have specific genetic variants, MTHFR and COMT, that made me more vulnerable to addiction. This isn't about blame or excuse. It's about biology. You may also want to get tested, as these variants can be inherited. If you have them, there are things you can do to support your biology before problems develop. How I express my epigenetic edition of this so-called life may vary due to many factors. That doesn't make me wrong, ill-fitting, or immoral, nor broken. It empowers me. Key takeaways. 1. The real vulnerability emerges when multiple genetic variants interact. They multiply, not just add. 2. Depleted warrior, MTHFR plus slow COMT, creates extreme depressant vulnerability. 3. Understimulated warrior, MTHFR plus fast COMT, creates extreme stimulant vulnerability. 4. Metabolic mismatches push people towards street drugs when prescriptions fail. 5. DRD2 and OPRM1 variants add additional layers of vulnerability. 6. Compound vulnerabilities require multi-system treatment protocols. 7. Genetic variants cluster in families. Testing and prevention can break the cycle. System Green. Action steps. 1. Identify your combination. Use the checklist above to identify your likely profile. 2. Prioritize testing. Start with homocysteine test. Confirms whether methylation support is needed. Get 23andMe provides MTHFR, COMT, some CYP data. Request pharmacogenomic testing from your doctor. 3. Build your protocol. Start Phase 1 supplements immediately. Work with a provider for substance taper. Phase 2. Redesign environment to match your profile. Phase 3. 4. Educate family. Share genetic information with at-risk family members. Consider testing for children before substance experimentation age. 5. Commit to long-term. Genetic variants are permanent. Support must be lifelong. Regular monitoring and adjustment. This is management, not cure, and that's okay. Architect's log. Recovery isn't about becoming someone different. It's about understanding who you are, including your unique genetic vulnerabilities, and building a life that supports your specific neurochemistry. You can't change your genes, but you can change how you support them. Welcome to neurogenomic sovereignty. Chapter 5 ends. Continue to Part 2, Self-Assessment and Discovery. Chapter 6, The Epigenetic Playground. Hardware versus hobbies. Matching your DNA to your lifestyle. Architect's log. You've done the work. You've fixed the supply chain. You've optimized the clearance system. Your neurochemistry is balanced. Now what? Balancing your neurochemistry is just alignment. Now you need to drive. Here's what nobody tells you. Recovery isn't just about avoiding substances. It's about filling the void they left with activities that match your hardware. The wrong hobby for your genotype creates friction, stress, boredom, relapse risk. The right hobby creates a feedback loop that strengthens your recovery every single day. This is the epigenetic playground. Your DNA wrote the rules. Now let's play the right game. The core principle. Epigenetics is the study of how your environment and behaviors influence gene expression. Your genes don't change, but which genes are turned on or off absolutely does. Every activity you engage in sends signals to your genome. Exercise, meditation, competition, creation. Each one either reinforces your recovery architecture or erodes it. The key insight: activities that match your genetic profile create positive epigenetic feedback. Activities that fight your profile create negative feedback. Critical system failure, the friction principle. Wrong activity plus your DNA equals friction. Cortisol spikes beyond your tolerance threshold. Dopamine crashes that trigger craving. Frustration that feels like failure. It's not. It's mismatch. Increased relapse risk disguised as, I just can't stick with anything. Right activity plus your DNA equals flow. Neurochemistry balanced through natural reward. Stress processed within your capacity. Motivation that builds on itself. Recovery reinforced with every session. You're not lazy. You're not bad at sports. You're not a hobby person. You've just been playing the wrong games for your hardware. Profile 1. The Warrior. COMT, Val/Val, fast dopamine clearance, low baseline dopamine. Architect's log. The Warrior's craving. You need intensity, novelty, the win. Your dopamine clears so fast that normal life feels gray. You're not depressed, you're understimulated. The world runs at 1 time speed, and you need 2 times to feel alive. This is why you gravitated towards stimulants, risk, chaos. They weren't escapes. They were attempts to feel something in a brain that metabolizes reward before you can enjoy it. The solution isn't to suppress this drive. It's to channel it. Warrior protocol, sports, the intensity menu. Green light, optimal matches. CrossFit, high intensity, competitive, measurable progress. Every WOD is a win/lose scenario. Perfect dopamine spike pattern. Powerlifting. Heavy loads equals massive endorphin release. The PR chase gives you the high stakes your brain craves. Martial arts. BJJ/Muay Thai. Combat sports provide intensity plus strategy plus social hierarchy. Sparring equals controlled chaos. Competitive sprinting, short, explosive, winner-take-all. 100 meters is a drug for the warrior brain. Obstacle course. Racing, Spartan, tough mudder. Novelty plus intensity plus tribe. Checks every warrior box. Roller skating / tennis / swimming competitively. Short, explosive, winner-take-all. Checks every warrior box. Why these work? Warriors need activities where you can win or lose. Progress must be measurable. Intensity must spike cortisol and adrenaline, but briefly, with recovery. Heavy resistance training triggers the same endorphin cascade you used to get from drugs. The barbell doesn't judge and PRs don't lie. System caution, warrior sports, caution zone. Yellow light, proceed with awareness. Long-distance running can work if competitive, racing. Solo jogging may feel pointless, too slow, too monotonous. Yoga, generally too slow unless it's power yoga or competitive. Yes, that's a thing. Team sports, casual. Fine if competitive. Recreational leagues may bore you. Red light, high friction. Tai Chi / gentle movement. You will feel like you're wasting time. The slow pace fights your neurochemistry. Solo cardio, treadmill walking. Understimulation leads to rumination. Dangerous for recovery mindset. Warrior protocol, hobbies, the novelty menu. Green light, optimal matches. Improv, comedy, social risk without physical danger. Every scene is a high-stakes moment. The laughs equals dopamine hits. Stock trading / crypto. Analysis plus stakes plus wins / losses. Scratches the gambling itch without the destruction, if managed. Competitive gaming, esports. Measurable skill, ranked ladders, tournament brackets. The digital arena. Extreme sports, skydiving, base jumping, kiteboarding, for warriors who need maximum intensity. Poker / strategy games, competition plus psychology plus variable reward, the thinking person's adrenaline. Building / fabrication, welding, woodworking, car restoration, creating with your hands plus visible progress. Why these work? Warriors need stakes. Something has to be on the line. Reputation, money, ranking, physical safety. Low-stakes hobbies feel pointless because your dopamine system doesn't activate without risk, reward potential. System green, warrior social style, the squad. Your tribal structure. You need a team to compete with or against. Accountability through competition, not emotional support. Optimal social structures. Training partners who push you, not coddle you. Fantasy sports leagues with stakes. Business masterminds with accountability metrics. Competitive clubs, chess, poker, debate. Adventure crews for trips with challenge components. Avoid. Support groups that focus on feelings over action. You'll get restless. Find recovery communities with achievement focus. For example, sober athletic clubs, recovery CrossFit boxes. Architect's log. Why the warrior is a CrossFit genius, but a yoga failure. It's not discipline, it's neurochemistry. When a warrior does CrossFit, the high-intensity intervals spike dopamine just as it's clearing. The competition aspect adds norepinephrine. The community adds oxytocin. Every system is fed. When a warrior does gentle yoga, dopamine clears faster than the activity produces it. The brain starts scanning for stimulation. Thoughts race. Anxiety builds. The warrior thinks, I'm bad at relaxing. But really, their hardware isn't built for low-intensity sustained states. Stop fighting your wiring. Find your arena. Profile 2. The warrior. COMT MET/MET. Slow dopamine clearance. High baseline dopamine. Low stress threshold. Architect's log. The warrior's craving. You need rhythm, precision, the flow. Your dopamine clears slowly, which means you're already running hot. Adding intensity doesn't energize you, it overwhelms you. Your nervous system is a finely tuned instrument, not a sledgehammer. This is why you gravitated toward depressants, alcohol, benzos, opioids. They weren't escapes. They were attempts to quiet a brain that never stops processing. The solution isn't to push harder. It's to find activities that absorb without spiking. Warrior Protocol, Sports, the Flow menu. Green light, optimal matches. Pilates, controlled tension without cortisol spike. Precision movement matches your detail-oriented brain. Yoga, Vinyasa/Hatha. Breath-synchronized movement creates rhythm. Flexibility in body equals flexibility in mind. Long-distance running, the meditative rhythm of sustained effort. Zone 2, cardio is made for warriors. Swimming, sensory deprivation plus rhythm plus breath control. The water is a nervous system reset. Rock climbing, slow, precise puzzle solving with controlled intensity. Problem solving plus movement. Cycling, endurance. Sustained rhythmic effort with scenery changes. Progress without spikes. Tai Chi/Qigong, moving meditation. If you can slow down enough, it's profoundly regulating. Why these work? Warriors need activities where the nervous system stays regulated. Rhythmic, predictable patterns soothe the overactive amygdala. Precision gives your detail-oriented brain something to focus on besides anxiety. Flow states occur when challenge matches skill, and warriors achieve flow in controlled environments. Critical system failure, warrior sports, danger zone, red light, high friction/relapse risk, HIIT, high intensity interval training, cortisol spikes beyond your clearance capacity. You'll feel wired and anxious for hours after. CrossFit, high volume, too intense, too competitive, too chaotic. Your nervous system can't recover fast enough. Contact sports, the unpredictability and aggression spike cortisol. You'll need to come down after relapse trigger. Competitive team sports, high stakes. The social pressure plus performance anxiety equals cortisol overload. The trap. Warriors often try intense activities because culture says they should. You push through, feel terrible, assume you're weak, and quit. It's not weakness. Your COMT can't clear the stress hormones fast enough. The activity is fighting your biology. The exception. If you take stimulant medication, Adderall, etc., that artificially speeds dopamine turnover, you may tolerate higher intensity. But proceed carefully. Medication doesn't change your baseline wiring. Warrior Protocol, hobbies, the precision menu. Green light, optimal matches. Knitting/crocheting, the rhythmic reset. Bilateral hand movement soothes the amygdala. Repetitive patterns calm the overactive mind. This is neuroscience, not grandma's hobby. Music lessons, precision and pattern recognition match the warrior's high processing speed. Piano, guitar, violin, technical mastery channels, perfectionism productively. Coding/programming, logic puzzles with clear solutions. Debugging scratches the same itch as rumination, but productively. Gardening, slow, rhythmic, sensory rich. Connection to natural cycles, low stakes, high reward. Painting/drawing, flow state through creation. Visual precision, no competition, just process. Puzzles, jigsaw, crossword, sudoku. Pattern recognition without stakes. Meditative problem solving. Reading/writing. Absorptive activities that occupy the racing mind without spiking it. Cooking, complex recipes. Process-oriented, multi-step, sensory-rich. Achievement without competition. Why these work? Warriors need activities that absorb attention without creating stakes. Your brain is already processing at maximum. You don't need more input. You need a channel. Creative and precision hobbies give the overactive mind something to do that isn't worry. System Green, warrior social style. The guild, your tribal structure. You need a small group with shared interests. Connection through creation, not competition. Optimal social structures. Book clubs with consistent membership. Craft circles, knitting groups, maker spaces. Writing groups with gentle feedback. Music ensembles, choir, chamber groups, bands. Meditation or yoga communities. Recovery groups with intellectual depth. Smart recovery, refuge recovery. Avoid large, chaotic social gatherings, networking events, high-stakes social situations. Your nervous system reads these as threats. Find your tribe in quiet corners, not crowded rooms. Architect's log. Why the warrior is a Pilates genius, but a CrossFit failure. It's not motivation, it's cortisol clearance. When a warrior does Pilates, the controlled movements regulate the nervous system. Precision gives the perfectionist brain a productive outlet. The slow pace matches dopamine clearance speed. Everything synchronizes. When a warrior does CrossFit, cortisol spikes beyond clearance capacity. Dopamine floods and can't clear. The competitive environment triggers social anxiety. The warrior finishes feeling wired, anxious, and, paradoxically, exhausted. The warrior thinks, "I'm not tough enough." Wrong. Your nervous system is highly sensitive, which is a superpower for detail work, creativity, and deep thinking. It's just not built for chaos. Stop apologizing for your wiring. Build your sanctuary. Profile 3. The MTHFR, energy depleted. MTHFRC 677TT/T or compound. Heterozygote, reduced methylation, chronic energy deficit. Architect's log. The MTHFR strategy. The battery saver. Your methylation system runs at reduced capacity. This means your neurotransmitter production is limited, your energy reserves are smaller, and your recovery from exertion takes longer. This doesn't mean you can't exercise, it means you need to be strategic. Overtraining isn't just uncomfortable for you, it's dangerous. When you deplete faster than you can restore, you create the neurochemical void that substances use to fill. The goal, activity that generates more energy than it costs. System Green, MTHFR, Activity Protocol, the restorative menu. Green light, energy positive activities. Walking in nature, forest bathing. Proven to lower cortisol and homocysteine. The Japanese call it Shinrin Yoku. 30 to 60 minutes in green space equals measurable stress reduction. Gentle cycling. Low impact, rhythmic, outdoor exposure. Zone 1 to 2 heart rate, conversational pace. Swimming, recreational. Buoyancy reduces joint stress. Rhythmic breathing. Cool water is calming. Stretching/gentle yoga. Restorative poses, not power flows. Focus on recovery, not achievement. Tai Chi/Qigong. Energy cultivation practices designed for restoration. The principle: every activity should leave you feeling better than when you started, not depleted. If you finish a workout feeling exhausted, You've overdrawn your account. Critical system failure. MTHFR warning. The overtraining trap. Do not train to failure or exhaustion. Do multiple high-intensity sessions per week. Skip recovery days because you feel fine. Compare your capacity to non-MTHFR individuals. Push through fatigue with willpower. The trap. MTHFR. Individuals often have periods where they feel great, especially after starting methylation support. The temptation is to do more, but your recovery battery is smaller. Overtraining creates oxidative stress, depletes B vitamins, and spikes homocysteine. The exact opposite of what you need. The rule: if you can't recover within 24 to 48 hours, you did too much. Scale back. Consistency at 70% beats intensity at 100%, followed by crashes. System caution, MTHFR, plus warrior or worrier combo. If you have MTHFR plus COMTV-AL/VAL, warrior. You crave intensity but can't sustain it. Solution: short bursts of high intensity, 15 to 20 minutes max, with extended recovery, 48 to 72 hours. Quality over quantity. If you have MTHFR plus COMTMET/MET, worrier. You need calm and have limited energy. Solution: gentle rhythmic activities only. Avoid anything that spikes cortisol. Your nervous system is sensitive and depleted. Protect it fiercely. Both profiles. Prioritize methylation support, supplementation before pushing physical limits. The foundation must be built before the structure. The integration. You may carry multiple variants. Here's how to layer your approach. System green, the activity stack, building your week. For the pure warrior, 3 to 4 times per week. High-intensity training, CrossFit, martial arts, lifting. 1 to 2 times per week. Active recovery, hiking, recreational sports. Daily, competitive hobby engagement, gaming, trading, strategy. Social, weekly squad meetup with competitive element. For the pure warrior, 3 to 4 times per week. Rhythmic movement, yoga, Pilates, swimming, running. Daily, precision hobby time, music, crafts, coding, puzzles. 2 to 3 times per week. Gentle social, small group, shared interest. Weekly, extended solo practice, creative project, garden, reading. For the MTHFR, 3 to 5 times per week. Gentle movement, walking, cycling, stretching. Never multiple high-intensity days in a row. Daily, restorative practices, meditation, nature exposure. As needed, complete rest days without guilt. For the depleted warrior, MTHFR plus MET/MET. Warrior activities at reduced intensity and duration. Extended recovery between sessions. Prioritize restorative over challenging. Build slowly. Your ceiling is lower, but your gains are real. For the understimulated warrior, MTHFR plus VAL/VAL. Warrior activities in short bursts, 15 to 20 minutes. Extended recovery, 48 to 72 hours. Use hobbies, gaming, strategy for dopamine between physical sessions. Accept that you'll need more recovery than pure warriors. The epigenetic feedback loop. Here's the magic. When you match activity to genotype, you don't just feel better in the moment. You change gene expression over time. Architect's log. The science. Exercise triggers epigenetic changes, methylation patterns on genes that control. BDNF production, brain growth factor, dopamine receptor density, cortisol sensitivity, inflammatory response, neuroplasticity. When you do the right exercise for your genotype, these epigenetic changes are positive. The feedback loop builds on itself. Recovery becomes easier. Mood becomes more stable. Cravings diminish. When you do the wrong exercise for your genotype, you create epigenetic friction. Stress hormones stay elevated. Inflammatory genes upregulate. The system fights itself. This is why just exercise isn't enough. The type matters as much as the act. System green, the virtuous cycle. Right activity leads to neurochemical balance, leads to epigenetic optimization. Week 1 to 4, immediate mood/energy benefits. Month 1 to 3, habit formation, identity shift. I'm someone who does this. Month 3 to 6, epigenetic changes measurable in gene expression. Month 6 plus, new baseline established, relapse risk significantly reduced. This is why we're not just prescribing exercise, we're prescribing your exercise, the one that turns your recovery from effort into identity. Your assignment, System Green, the epigenetic audit, this week. Step 1. Identify your profile. Review. Chapter 3. COMT. Are you warrior or worrier? Review Chapter 2. MTHFR. Do you have methylation variants? Combine profiles if applicable. Step 2. Audit your current activities. List everything you currently do for exercise/hobbies. Mark each as green, matches profile, or red, fights profile. Note which activities leave you feeling energized versus depleted. Step 3. Design your stack. Pick one sport/exercise from your green list. Pick one hobby from your green list. Identify one social structure that matches your style, squad versus guild. Schedule these for next week, non-negotiable. Step 4. Track and adjust. After each activity, rate energy plus or minus, mood plus or minus, craving level. After 2 weeks, review patterns. Double down on what works, eliminate what doesn't. Architect's log. Recovery isn't about surviving the absence of substances. It's about building a life so matched to your biology that substances become irrelevant. Your genes wrote the instruction manual. The supplements fixed the hardware. Now it's time to run the right software. Welcome to the epigenetic playground. Play your game. System Green, Module 6, System Summary. The core principle. Activities that match your genotype create positive epigenetic feedback. Activities that fight your genotype create friction and relapse risk. The warrior, fast COMT. Craves, intensity, novelty, competition, the win. Sports, CrossFit, martial arts, powerlifting, sprinting. Hobbies, improv, trading, competitive gaming, extreme sports. Social, the squad, accountability through competition. The warrior, slow COMT. Craves, rhythm, precision, flow, calm absorption. Sports, Pilates, yoga, swimming, running, climbing. Hobbies, knitting, music, coding, gardening, puzzles. Social, the guild, connection through creation. The MTHFR, depleted. Strategy, the battery saver, never overtrain. Activities, walking, gentle cycling, stretching, nature exposure. Rule, activity should generate energy, not deplete it. The feedback loop, Right activity leads to neurochemical balance, leads to positive epigenetic changes, leads to easier recovery, leads to reinforced identity, leads to sustained sobriety. End of Module 6. Continue to Module 7. The Recovery Kernel. Appendices A and B. Clinicians' reference tables and AI integration framework. Visual kernel style. Matrix format with status indicators. Appendix A. Clinicians' reference tables. Complete pharmacogenomic interaction matrices for clinical reference. Critical system failure. Citation standard. All data in this appendix is derived from FDA pharmacogenomic biomarkers in drug labeling, fda.gov/drugs/science-and-research/table- pharmacogenomic-biomarkers-drug-labeling. CPIC guidelines, cpicpgx.org. Clinical Pharmacogenetics Implementation Consortium. DPWG recommendations, pharmgkb.org. Dutch Pharmacogenetics Working Group. PharmGKB Database, pharmgkb.org. Stanford University. Generic or Wikipedia citations have been removed and replaced with peer-reviewed clinical guidelines. Table: a .1 CYP2D6 opioid interaction matrix. Status indicators: safe equals standard dosing appropriate, caution equals dose adjustment needed, danger equals avoid or contraindicated, fatal risk equals life-threatening interaction, drug, poor metabolizer, PM, intermediate, IM, normal, NM, ultra-rapid, UM, CPIC guidance, codeine, danger, no conversion to morphine, no analgesia, accumulates inactive drug, caution, reduced conversion, may need alternative, safe standard conversion, fatal risk, rapid morphine formation, overdose risk, PM/UM, avoid codeine, use morphine, oxymorphone, or non-opioid, tramadol, danger, no conversion to M1, no analgesia, seizure risk from parent drug, caution, reduced efficacy, monitor closely, safe standard dosing, fatal risk, rapid M1 formation, respiratory depression, PM/UM, avoid tramadol, use alternatives, hydrocodone, caution, reduced conversion to hydromorphone, reduced efficacy, safe standard response, safe standard dosing, danger, enhanced conversion, monitor for toxicity, PM, consider alternative, UM, reduced dose 25%, oxycodone, caution, accumulation of parent drug, increased side effects, safe, standard response, safe standard dosing, caution, faster clearance, may need dose adjustment, minor CYP2D6 pathway, monitor all phenotypes, fentanyl, danger bypasses, CYP2D6, full effect regardless of status, danger, full effect, CYP3A4 primary, safe, standard dosing, CYP3A4, danger, full effect, not affected by CYP2D6, CYP3A4 substrate, CYP2D6 status irrelevant, morphine, safe, not CYP2D6 dependent, safe, standard response, safe, standard dosing, safe, not CYP2D6 dependent, preferred alternative for PM/UM when opioid needed, Oxymorphone. Safe, not CYP2, D6 dependent. Safe, standard response. Safe, standard dosing. Safe, not CYP2, D6 dependent. Preferred alternative for PM/UM. Buprenorphine. Safe, minimal CYP2, D6 involvement. Safe, standard response. Safe, standard dosing. Safe, minimal CYP2D6 involvement. Safe across phenotypes. Preferred for MAT. Methadone. Caution. Multiple CYP pathways. Complex. Safe, standard response. Safe, standard dosing. Caution. May need higher doses. CYP3, A4/2, B6/2, D6. Complex pharmacokinetics. Critical system failure. Critical clinical note. Prodrug warning. Codeine and tramadol are prodrugs that require CYP2D6 for activation. Poor metabolizers will receive no therapeutic benefit, only side effects. Ultra-rapid metabolizers convert too fast, fatal respiratory depression possible. FD a black box, warning. Codeine is contraindicated in children under 12 and in breastfeeding mothers due to fatal morphine toxicity cases in ultra-rapid metabolizers. Reference: FDA Safety Communication, 2017, CPIC Codeine, Guideline 2014, updated 2020. Table: a 0.2 CYP2 D6 antidepressant interaction matrix. Drug: poor metabolizer PM, normal NM, ultra-rapid UM, CPIC guidance. Fluoxetine, Prozac. Danger: accumulates. Severe side effects at standard dose. Safe, standard dosing. Caution: may need higher dose. PM, reduced dose 50%. Consider alternative. Paroxetine, Paxil. Danger: accumulates. Serotonin syndrome risk. Safe, standard dosing. Caution: reduced efficacy. PM, reduced dose 50%. Strong CYP2 D6 inhibitor. Venlafaxine, Effexor. Caution: reduce conversion to active metabolite. Safe, standard dosing. Caution: faster clearance. PM, consider alternative SNRI, duloxetine, Cymbalta. Danger: accumulates. Hepatotoxicity risk. Safe, standard dosing. Caution: may need adjustment. PM, avoid or reduce dose significantly. Nortriptyline. Danger: accumulates. Cardiac arrhythmia risk. Safe, standard dosing. Danger: ineffective at standard dose. PM, reduce 50%. UM, avoid or increase dose. Amitriptyline. Danger: accumulates. Anticholinergic toxicity. Safe, standard dosing. Caution: reduced efficacy. PM, reduce 50% or avoid. Sertraline, Zoloft. Safe, minor CYP2, D6 contribution. Safe, standard dosing. Safe, minor impact. CYP2, C19, more relevant. Generally safe. Escitalopram. Safe, minimal CYP2, D6 involvement. Safe, standard dosing. Safe, minimal impact. Preferred for unknown CYP2, D6 status. Bupropion, Wellbutrin. Safe, not substrate. IS inhibitor. Safe, standard dosing. Safe, not CYP2, D6 dependent. Safe across phenotypes. CYP2B6 substrate. System green, preferred antidepressants for unknown CYP2D6 status. When CYP2D6 status is unknown or testing is unavailable. Escitalopram, Lexapro, minimal CYP2D6 involvement. Sertraline, Zoloft, CYP2C19 primary, minor CYP2D6. Bupropion, Wellbutrin, CYP2B6 substrate, not CYP2D6. Mirtazapine, Remeron, multiple pathways, minimal CYP2D6. Reference: CPIC tricyclic and SSRI guidelines, 2016. Table, a point 3, CYP3, a 4, interaction matrix, benzodiazepines and fentanyl. Drug, CYP3, A4, inhibitor, present. CYP3, A4, inducer, present. Critical inhibitors to avoid. Clinical action. Fentanyl. Fatal risk. Accumulates. Respiratory depression. Danger. Faster clearance. Withdrawal. Grapefruit. Ketoconazole. Ritonavir. Clarithromycin. Avoid all CYP3, A4 inhibitors. Life-threatening. Alprazolam. Xanax. Danger. Accumulates. Over-sedation. Caution. Reduced efficacy. Same as above. Reduced dose 50% with inhibitors. Midazolam. Danger. Prolonged sedation. Caution. Reduced sedation. Same as above. Reduced dose significantly. Triazolam. Danger. Severe accumulation. Caution. Reduced effect. Same as above. Contraindicated with strong inhibitors. Diazepam. Valium. Caution. Multiple pathways. Monitor. Caution. Monitor. Same as above. CYP2C19 also involved. Complex. Lorazepam. Ativan. Safe. Glucuronidation. Not CYP. Safe. No interaction. None. Not CYP metabolized. Preferred when CYP interactions concern. Oxazepam. Safe glucuronidation. Not CYP. Safe. No interaction. None. Not CYP metabolized. Preferred for hepatic impairment. Critical system failure. Grapefruit. Juice warning. Grapefruit and grapefruit juice are potent CYP3, a 4, inhibitors. A single glass of grapefruit juice can increase fentanyl blood levels by 150 to 300%. Effects persist for 24 to 72 hours after consumption. Patients on CYP3A4 metabolized. Medications should avoid all grapefruit products. This is not a myth or exaggeration. It is documented in FDA drug labeling. Reference: FDA Drug Interactions Table, 2023. Table, a point 4, COMT status, clinical correlations. Val 158, MET, RS4680, determines dopamine/norepinephrine clearance speed in prefrontal cortex. COMT genotype. Enzyme activity. Clinical presentation. Substance risk profile. Supplement approach. Val/Val. Warrior. Fast clearance, 3 to 4 times normal. Low baseline anxiety. High stress tolerance. Restless. Needs stimulation. Risk-taking. Danger. High risk for stimulant seeking. Cocaine, amphetamines, caffeine. L-tyrosine. Quercetin. COMT inhibitor. Mukuna, exercise. Val/met, balanced. Intermediate clearance. Context, dependent, adaptable, moderate traits of both profiles. Caution, variable pattern, may use situationally. Balanced approach, assess predominant symptoms. Met/met, warrior. Slow clearance, 25 to 30% of Val/Val. High baseline anxiety, perfectionist, detail-oriented, stress-vulnerable, rumination. Danger, high risk for depressant seeking, alcohol, benzos, opioids. Magnesium, critical, SAMe, L-theanine, avoid stimulants. System caution, COMT medication. Interactions, COMT status affects response to psychiatric medications. MET/MET, warrior. May respond well to SSR is buspirone. Avoid stimulants, psychosis risk. Higher doses of antipsychotics may worsen symptoms. Val/Val, warrior. May respond well to bupropion, low-dose stimulants, if ADHD. SSR is may worsen motivation deficits, may need dopaminergic support. Testosterone may cause violent outbursts. Adding calcium D-glucarate may reduce outbursts if on TRT. Reference, Tunbridge et al., 2006, Biol Psychiatry. Table of point 5, MTHFR variant, clinical impact. MTHFR, genotype, enzyme activity, homocysteine risk, clinical presentation, intervention required, C677T, C/C, wild type. 100% activity. Normal, less than 10. Normal methylation capacity. None. Standard nutrition sufficient. C677T, C/T, heterozygous. 60 to 70% activity. Mild elevation, 10 to 12. Possible mild depression, fatigue. Methylfolate, 400 to 800 micrograms. B12, magnesium. C677T, T/T, homozygous. 30 to 40% activity. Significant elevation, greater than 12. Depression, fatigue, brain fog, elevated cardiovascular risk. L-methylfolate, 7.5 to 15 milligrams. Methylcobalamin, 5,000 micrograms. Full protocol. A 1298C, a /C, 80% activity. Minor impact. May affect BH4 recycling, minor neurotransmitter impact. Consider low-dose methylfolate, BH4 support. A 1298C, C/C, 60 to 70% activity. Moderate impact. BH4 pathway affected. Possible mood/neurotransmitter issues. Methylfolate plus. Consider BH4/Kuvan if severe. Compound C677 TC/T plus A1298CA/C. 50 to 60% activity. Elevated. Combined effects. Significant methylation impairment. Full methylation protocol. Treat as T/T. Critical system failure. Synthetic folic acid warning. Patients with MTHFR variants, especially T/T, should avoid synthetic folic acid. Synthetic folic acid, in fortified foods and cheap supplements, cannot be converted efficiently and may block the enzyme binding sites, further reducing function. Check US L-methylfolate, Deplin, methyl-life, quatrafolic. Avoid folic acid, synthetic form. Reference, MTHFR, gene, clinical summary, NIH Genetics, Home Reference. Table, a point 6, Combined Genetic Risk Profiles. When multiple variants co-occur, vulnerabilities multiply rather than add. Profile name, genetic combination. Risk level, primary substance risk. Priority interventions, depleted warrior. MTHFRT/T plus COMT MET/MET. Extreme. Opioids, benzodiazepines, alcohol. Seeking silence and normalcy. Methylfolate 15 milligrams, magnesium 800 milligrams, SAMe, L-theanine, environment redesign. Understimulated warrior, MTHFRT/T plus COMT val/val. High, stimulants, cocaine, amphetamines, high-dose caffeine. Seeking motivation. Methylfolate, L-tyrosine, quercetin, HIIT exercise, Wellbutrin consideration. Metabolic mismatch, PM, CYP2, D6PM plus MTHFR variant. High, street drugs after prescription failures, labeled drug seeking. Pharmacogenomic testing, avoid prodrugs, non-CYP2, D6 alternatives. Metabolic mismatch, CYP2, D6, plus any variant. Extreme. Overdose from standard doses, fentanyl supply especially dangerous. Avoid codeine/tramadol, carry Narcan, test supply, never use alone. Reward deficiency, DRD2, A1 plus MTHFR plus COMT, val/val. Extreme. Multi-substance, polyaddiction, process addictions, early onset. Comprehensive dopamine support, intensive behavioral therapy. Table, a point 7, substance combination. Danger, matrix. Cross-reference table for common substance combinations. For clinical and harm reduction use. Combination, mechanism, risk level. Clinical presentation, emergency response. Opioid plus benzodiazepine. Dual CNS depression, synergistic respiratory suppression. Fatal risk, respiratory arrest, often while sleeping. Narcan plus respiratory support. Flumazenil with caution. Opioid plus alcohol. Dual CNS depression, CYP competition. Fatal risk, respiratory depression, aspiration. Narcan, supportive care. Opioid plus GHB. Synergistic CNS depression, steep dose response. Fatal risk, rapid respiratory failure. Narcan for opioid, supportive care only for GHB. Cocaine plus opioid, speedball. Opposing cardiovascular signals, opioid outlasts cocaine. Fatal risk, cardiac arrhythmia, delayed respiratory depression. Narcan, cardiac monitoring, treat arrhythmias. MDMA plus SSRI, serotonin syndrome, risk, danger, hyperthermia, rigidity, altered mental status, cooling, cyproheptadine, benzodiazepines, MDMA plus MAOI, catastrophic serotonin accumulation, fatal risk, severe hyperthermia, seizures, multi-organ failure, immediate cooling, ICU, cyproheptadine, stimulant plus beta blocker, unopposed alpha stimulation, danger, severe hypertension, stroke risk, alpha blocker, phentolamine, avoid beta blockers alone, alcohol plus GHB, synergistic CNS depression, no antidote for GHB, fatal risk, rapid loss of consciousness, respiratory failure, supportive care only. No GHB antidote exists. Methamphetamine plus GHB, seesaw effect, stimulant masks, GHB until it wears off. Fatal risk, delayed respiratory arrest when stimulant clears. Supportive care, extended monitoring, 12 plus hours. Critical system failure, speedball/seesaw warning. The belief that stimulants and depressants cancel out is catastrophically wrong. Drugs have different half-lives, receptor mechanisms, and toxic thresholds. When the shorter-acting drug wears off, the longer-acting drug's effects are unmasked. This is how John Belushi, Chris Farley, River Phoenix, and Philip Seymour Hoffman died. There is no safe timing for stimulant plus depressant combinations. Reference: SAMH SATIP 45, Detoxification and Substance Abuse Treatment. System Green, quick reference, Safe Alternatives by CYP 2, D6 status. For CYP 2, D6, poor metabolizers. Safe, morphine, oxymorphone, buprenorphine, methadone. Safe, escitalopram, sertraline, bupropion. Danger, codeine, tramadol, fluoxetine, paroxetine, nortriptyline. For CYP2D6, ultra-rapid metabolizers. Safe, morphine, oxymorphone, buprenorphine, same as PM. Safe, escitalopram, bupropion. Danger, codeine, fatal, tramadol, fatal, nortriptyline. Reference: CPIC Guidelines, cpicpgx.org. Appendix B. AI Integration Framework for Precision Recovery. Leveraging artificial intelligence for personalized neurogenomic recovery support. Architect's Log. The same AI systems that can write code, analyze data, and solve complex problems can be applied to your recovery. This appendix provides frameworks for using AI. Assistance as personalized recovery support tools. This is not about replacing clinicians. It's about augmenting your self-understanding and providing 24/7 access to informed guidance based on your genetic profile. B.1 AI-assisted genetic interpretation. System Green, prompt framework, genetic data analysis. When uploading genetic data to AI systems, use this structured prompt. I have genetic testing results showing the following variants. MTHFRC677T, your result. COMT Val158, met, your result. CYP2D6, your phenotype. Based on CPIC guidelines and FDA pharmacogenomic biomarkers. 1. What is my predicted response to specific medication? 2. What supplements should I prioritize for my genotype? 3. What substances should I specifically avoid? 4. What lifestyle modifications match my genetic profile? This structured approach yields clinically relevant responses. System caution, AI limitations, critical understanding. AI systems can interpret genetic variants against published guidelines, explain drug-gene interactions, suggest supplement protocols based on genotype, provide 24/7 educational support, help you formulate questions for your clinician. AI systems cannot replace clinical diagnosis, prescribe medications, provide emergency medical care, account for your complete medical history, override your physician's recommendations. B.2 AI Recovery Companion Prompts. System green, crisis support. Prompt: I am in recovery from substance. My genetic profile is MTHFR/COMT/CYP status. I am currently experiencing craving/anxiety/depression/trigger situation. Based on my neurogenomic profile, 1. What is likely happening biologically right now? 2. What immediate actions can I take? Supplements, techniques? 3. What should I avoid doing in this state? 4. When should I seek professional help? This prompt generates personalized, genotype-aware crisis support. System green, medication review. Prompt: I have been prescribed medication name at dose. My CYP2D6 status is PM/IM/NM/UM. My CYP2C19 status is if known. My CYP3A4 status is if known, according to CPIC guidelines and FDA labeling. 1. Is this medication appropriate for my metabolizer status? 2. Should the dose be adjusted based on my genetics? 3. Are there drug-drug interactions I should be aware of? 4. What alternatives exist if this medication is contraindicated? Print the response and bring it to your prescriber for discussion. System green, supplement, stack optimization, prompt. My genetic profile, MTHFR, C/C, C/T, or T/T. COMT, val/val, val/met, or met/met. Current supplements, list what you're taking. Current symptoms, fatigue, anxiety, depression, etc. Budget, X dollars per month. Based on my genotype, 1. What supplements should I add? 2. What supplements am I taking that may be unnecessary? 3. What is the optimal timing for each supplement? 4. Are there any interactions between my supplements? 5. Prioritize by importance if budget is limited. This generates a personalized, prioritized supplement protocol. B.3. Building your AI recovery profile. Create a master document containing your complete profile for AI consultation. System green, your recovery kernel, template. My neurogenomic profile. Genetic variants. MTHFR C677T. Kernel, MTHFRA 1298C. Bomb, COMT Val 158 Met. Warrior/balanced/warrior. CYP2D6 phenotype blank. PM/IM/NM/UM. CYP2C19 phenotype blank. Other variants. Lab values. Homocysteine. Goal less than 10. Vitamin B12. Goal greater than 400. Vitamin D. Goal 40 to 60. Substance history. Primary substance, Wobors. Duration of use. Clean date. Previous treatment. Life activity. Log. Sports that haven't worked. List tasks that made you feel good. List tasks that didn't have impact. Current medications. List with doses. Current supplements. List with doses and timing. Known triggers. List your high-risk situations. End profile. Paste this at the start of AI conversations for personalized guidance. B.4 AI-assisted monitoring. System green, weekly check-in prompt. Weekly recovery check-in. This week's ratings 1 to 10. Mood __. Energy __. Sleep quality __. Craving intensity __. Stress level __. Supplements taken consistently Y/N. Exercise completed X days. Unusual events. Describe any. Based on my profile, paste your recovery kernel and these metrics. 1. What patterns do you notice? 2. What adjustments should I consider? 3. Are there warning signs I should address? 4. What should I focus on this coming week? Use this weekly to track progress and identify patterns. B.5 AI Decision Support Matrix. Quick reference for when to use AI versus when to seek human support. Situation: AI appropriate, human required. Action: understanding genetic results. Yes, optional. Use AI for interpretation. Discuss with clinician if needed. Supplement questions. Yes, optional. AI can provide evidence-based recommendations. Drug interaction check. Yes. Verify with pharmacist. Use AI for initial check. Verify with professional. Medication concerns. Yes for info. Yes for decisions. AI for education. Clinician for decisions. Active craving. Manageable. Yes. Have sponsor on standby. Use AI for immediate coping strategies. Active craving. Severe. Partial. Yes. Call support. Call sponsor/hotline first. AI for supplemental support. Suicidal thoughts. No. Yes. Immediate. Call 988 Suicide Lifeline or go to ER, medical emergency. No. Yes. Call 911. Call emergency services immediately. Relapse in progress. Partial. Yes. Call support. Safety first, then use AI for recovery re-engagement. Medication adjustment. No. Info only. Yes. AI can inform. Only clinician can adjust. Critical system failure. AI is a tool, not a treatment provider. AI assistants are powerful educational and support tools, but they cannot prescribe or adjust medications, cannot provide emergency medical care, cannot replace therapy or clinical treatment, cannot account for information not shared with them. Use AI to augment your recovery, not replace professional care. In crisis, always contact 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, 1-800-662-4357, SAMSE National Helpline, 911 Medical Emergency. B.6 Future Integration, Personalized Recovery AI. Architect's Log. The future of addiction treatment is precision medicine powered by AI. Imagine an AI that knows your complete genetic profile, tracks your daily metrics and patterns, predicts high-risk periods before they occur, adjusts supplement recommendations based on your response, integrates with wearables to monitor stress, sleep, HRV, alerts your support network when intervention may be needed. This isn't science fiction. The technology exists today. The frameworks in this appendix are the foundation for this future. Your genetic data plus continuous monitoring plus AI interpretation equals personalized, predictive, precision recovery. We're building the future of recovery. One protocol at a time. System Green, Appendix B. Key takeaways. 1. AI can interpret genetic data against clinical guidelines, CPIC FDA. 2. Structured prompts yield clinically relevant responses. 3. Create a recovery kernel document for personalized AI consultations. 4. Use AI for education and support, not for medical emergencies. 5. AI augments but does not replace professional treatment. 6. Weekly check-ins with AI can identify patterns and prevent relapse. 7. Always verify medication recommendations with clinician/pharmacist. End of Appendix B. Return to main text.